Good flippin' afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. This is a Thursday episode of Afternoon Color Commentary coming to you live down in South Florida. It is rainy, it is blustery, it is windy, it is hurricaning, and I really enjoy living down here. Everybody, make sure you're safe, get yourselves ready, batten down the hatches, light your last cigarettes. We're going to be talking McD and the team and Tennessee. Stay tuned.
Intercepted, Cedar. And tackled by Charbonnet, another ricochet interception for the Miami defense.
One more tackle to break. Appreciate you, bro. Just keep doing it.
That is our only hope, ladies and gentlemen. Right there, you saw the man, Zach Zeiler. I'd love to interview the man one day to find out how he pronounces his name. In the meantime, get your bags, get ready. For those of you going to the game Monday night, it is bag night. Because after seeing some of the transcripts come out from Mike McDaniel's presser, which I would have loved to watch with you guys, unfortunately, that's not queued up yet on YouTube, apparently. So I'll be giving you the beat writers' transcripts from Twitter, since that's such a premium now to hear a bunch of bloviating from our head coach, from a football coach. I guess that's become a premium now, that we don't have any clue as to who's going to be taking snaps as our quarterback this weekend. Boy, that sure would be nice to know as a season ticket holder. I even tried when they took, so they start, I went to YouTube. Sorry for the sidetrack really quick. First of all, everybody hit the like button. I see John Featherland in chat. Aqua, the second one in chat. How you guys doing? MK, Michael K following it up to be third. Always showing all the Dolphin fans up. I can't believe we let this guy just show us up like he does. Man, he probably already hit the like button before half of you in here. What's up, Tim? I see you too. Hooked up, Joe. I just want to do a little sidebar here on the hurricane status. I don't know why I lost my page. Oh, because this, yeah, I know why. Currently, the storm is in the Gulf of Mexico, about due west of Lehigh Acres, off the coast of Florida, west coast of Florida, pretty much due west of Port Charlotte and Lehigh Acres.
What's up, Culler? Yeah, I'm currently in Port Charlotte. What's up, man? By the way,
Oh,
I'm
are
sorry.
you?
Yeah, I'm in Port Charlotte right now. Yeah, it's just a little windy where I'm at. So we're
it's looking like you guys are taking kind of the first major feeder band for the storm is kind of looking like it's heading towards you guys. Are going to pass over, maybe skirt the coast. So you probably be seeing some rain here in a bit if you're not already seeing it.
Oh, and a lot of wind.
They got some neat graphics on this on the weather site I've been using. I was actually gonna I have a certain window up here. Let's do it this way. So I was gonna share it because it's got a lot of good information for people out there that may be wondering, maybe have family in the area and you're not familiar with hurricanes or whatnot. Let's see how that looks. How's that looking? Perfect. Look at this. Look at this storm. It's unbelievable, man. This is one of those prime examples of a really well-developed hurricane. Look at this thing. Look how far north the feeder bands go. The inflow. So you guys in Charlotte, you guys in Washington, D.C., hell, even New York, your clouds are associated with this low pressure system. That is crazy. Let's look at it in motion. Look at this thing. Can you imagine back in the day, before we knew these things were coming, that this thing could have been sitting off the coast and you go about it's a little windy and rainy today. You know what I mean? For a couple days, and you didn't know that this thing just passed by you. That is just absolutely amazing to me. So as you can see, the feeder bands all flowing out, flowing in, flowing every direction, proper cyclone. And it looks like they have it tracked currently to ride right up into Tallahassee. A little bit east of, what's that, Panama City Beach right there? Apalachicola. So that's the latest on its position. Check this out. If you're still here, Shake, check this out. This is the wind. They show this neat graphic now. It's really cool. So you can actually see what, that wind you're talking about. Look at this. So you can really picture, what it's like, how it actually seems like the wind will be when it comes in. So if you fast forward it, you can see right about when it makes landfall. Well, actually, that's after. Right about here where it makes landfall, you can actually see how the people that are experiencing it should experience their wind direction as it comes in. It's so neat. I could play with this thing for hours, man. This is so fascinating. There you go. Look at that. That's right at landfall. So you can see how right close to the storm, depends on what side of the street you're on as to what way the 100 and something mile an hour winds are coming. This is right in the eye wall right here. So I'm going to, try to make sure I can keep this on the screen for y'all during the show. For anybody that wants to monitor it. Let's see, we'll position it like that. And then we'll put it in motion. And then we'll do this. Let's see, then we'll do this. Sorry, guys. Anyway, so I was talking about Mike McDaniel.
And before you do, I just want to real quick to point out that sometimes the Dolphins media, I've seen this happen with Brian Flores as well. They're probably, I think maybe he said something that he shouldn't have. I think sometimes they take it down, edit it, and they post it. They'll post it again later today. But it's going to be posted.
Yeah, I'm guessing they'll repost it. But in this case, Shake, where'd my presentation go? Hold on, maybe we can't do it like that. I was trying to get it in the small window. Maybe it'll do it like that. No, I'll do it like that. Now that could work. That could work. Except Shake's kind of big. And then we lose Shake on that one.
It's all good. It's all good.
Oh, I know. I'm just having fun. There we go. That one's too big. We need one just like that, but with a small screen for the share. That would be perfect. Anyway, so Shake, so I thought something similar, you know what I mean? However, in this case, the thing of it is that it was scheduled for 1:15, right? And I had it up on YouTube because it was there on YouTube. Notify me, scheduled 1:15, and I'm sitting there in chat. I put something in chat. And then at 1:15, it said it switched to video unavailable. So it was right out of the gate. Oh, I wonder if McD looked disheveled again. I don't know, because they never even. And then all of a sudden, I see tweets starting to come out by all the beat writers. I'm like, did they just paywall us? Like, did they just gatekeep us, dude? Wow, them clouds are moving fast out there. Anyway, and it's just like the stuff I'm reading coming out. I'm hoping they're going to update it like Shake said. I'm hoping the video will be uploaded in time for us to have a look at it. Because I want to know what the guy looks like when he's saying stuff. Oh, there it is. Look at that. Now we don't have to go through all these Twitter posts. That's cool. Now we can roast him proper, man. Got any news for me, Shake? Oh, I got a bit of news. For anybody that I got to hit the news chyron for this. This one's getting the news chyron, Shake. We have to do it, folks. According to David, in a tweet by David Fioronese, Mike McDaniel revealed today he does, in fact, call Tyler Huntley by his nickname, Snoop. which he said is a pretty legit nickname. There you have it, ladies and gentlemen. I was not sure that I could live without hearing that news, so I figured you probably couldn't live without hearing that news.
Oh man, I misread your text. I thought you said that that Mike McDaniel is going to call on Snoop for Monday. I'm like, oh yes, he's going to make Tyler Huntley the starting quarterback.
Yeah. Oh well, yeah. And Joe, that's just the satellite and the wind thing. The radar is even better. I haven't even showed the radar yet. That's pretty cool too, because you can do a lot of stuff with that. With setting it up and all that. But I usually use a Wix system, like one of the Wix local weather apps, to look at the radar because they're really detailed, or NOAA. But currently, the entire state of Florida is under a tropical storm warning. As well as other parts of the country heading north. And we're also under a tornado watch. I woke up this morning to what would amount to an amber alert. They don't call it an amber alert because amber is for certain things, but it was like, my phone blaring at me, tornado warning, take cover immediately. And I'm like, do I have to? I could barely get up, Shake. My eyes were swollen shut. I just woke up. I'm like, do I have to, really? And I just thought, next thing I know, I hear the lawn maintenance motors fire up outside. I'm like, really? I don't know, man. Having stayed in Missouri for 11 years, I think tornado warnings just hit different in Florida as opposed to the Midwest. Like, we all know the conditions are ripe. We all know that a tornado can drop out of the sky with all this weather anytime. But do we ever really see it? So, like, a tornado warning here is like kind of an extended watch. Like, hey, we're really serious today, guys. The radar is indicating rotation. You know what I mean? In these mesocyclones. You know what I mean? So, yeah, but like we get one or two a year, that one tornado that was in Biscayne Bay for a minute. And, if you hit Port St. Lucie or Wellington, it's like, but like, it's not like the Midwest. In the Midwest, a tornado warning means when they're saying take cover, they're meaning that tornado is likely on your street corner. Like, if you looked out your window, you're going to see stuff lifting off the ground. That's what they usually mean by a tornado warning in the Midwest. And they're a lot more localized. Like, you get a warning, it's pretty much for your block, your couple city blocks. You know what I mean? It's not like my mom got the same warning on her phone. She lives 25 minutes from me. So, like, I just don't know how anybody's supposed to really take that seriously. Apparently the lawn maintenance guys didn't. They just went about their business. So I just thought that was interesting. Differences between states when it comes to warnings. With hurricanes, it's easier. It's very clear. A warning means that we are expecting hurricane force winds within the next 36 hours. Tropical storm warning. Tropical storm force winds to be expected within the next 36 hours. That's very simple, very clear. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and I think those warnings are just the CYA. So everybody's like,
Oh,
hey,
of
listen.
Of course. Well, what it is, Shake, down here is that they have the same radar detection system that they do in the Midwest. So what happens is the radar down here detects these rotations that normally in the Midwest will usually drop a tornado. You know what I mean? So it detects it in the skies here and it flags it and says, boom, tornado warning, and sends it out on the system. And yeah, it is technically like this, but it just doesn't happen like it does in the Midwest, where if that's a tornado warned cell, it's 99% going to drop a tornado. You know what I mean? Like, at least for a second. Like, I don't even hardly ever see funnel clouds. What's up, Lewis? Lewis may have a interrupted connection here periodically.
Yeah. What's good, Culler? Shake.
Not much, man. You're a little closer to the thick of it than me, man. We're just one of those crappy tropical stormy kind of days, you know?
Yeah, it's really not in here yet. It's supposed to be, I guess, the worst around a little bit after like 5 p.m. So
what are they expecting y'all's sustained winds to be at?
anywhere between like 50 to 60 miles an hour.
Ooh, you're getting a proper tropical storm. Okay.
Yeah, and then like sustained winds, like or gusts at like 70 to 75 miles.
Hurricane gusts, basically.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm in the thick of it. He's about to be in the thick of it in a couple hours.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And you guys have to realize you got this type of storm, the way it is and the way it's formed and all that, and you guys being on that particular side in the tropical storm force area, bro, you guys do need to pay attention to the tornado warnings. You get a freaking tornado warning, be ready, man.
Well, I just seen like over here in the Tampa area, like in our downtown area off like Bayshore Boulevard and shit, all that shit is already flooded. And like the Clearwater, St. Pete area of like the Treasure Island, the beach side, it's all flooded already. And we haven't even got shit yet. And it's already underwater.
Wow.
Because it was high tide. So it kind of, we got double whammied a little bit.
Yep.
Yeah, there's parts of Inglewood, Florida, which is on the west coast, which is even more further west than I am, and they're underwater as well.
Yeah, Sarasota, all that shit. It's all underwater
I
already.
figured as much. And plus the storm surge still to come, you know. It's crazy. Looks like it's right up into Tallahassee, though.
This is what we're looking like. This is,
Nice.
got a little wind, palm trees blowing and stuff. So
yeah. See, my stuff is over here is like kind of like sustained 20-25 with like a 30-40 gust. You know what I mean? Maybe we've been getting some 50 gusts, maybe, because there's some stuff getting knocked over and blown around that people didn't clear off their patios and stuff like that. But nothing like you guys are going to be a little stronger on that side than we are. I suspect by tomorrow, once this thing fully passes by us, it's going to dry our skies out, and we're going to be sitting in beautiful autumn weather. I can already feel the temperatures dropping.
You see it right here?
Yeah, me and Shake are definitely outside.
Y'all outside, huh? Got to be careful being outside this time of year in Florida. Actually, you guys getting any actual precipitation right now?
Not really.
Because I got a nice little squall coming in right now with some actual rain.
Yeah, we haven't really got any rain. Well, off and on, we'll get a squall here like 10 minutes and then it'll just stop. And then we've actually had a lot of sunshine early in the day.
Yep. So, yeah, it's kind of like that because if you look at that, the radar or the satellite image, you can see all those spaces in between the feeder bands and all that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what Manolo was saying. He had a ripper of a squall come through South Florida. Yeah, that's pretty much what we're getting over here right now on the east side. Is we'll get these little strong squalls come in and knock a few things around. Knock my air conditioner out, apparently, because my AC is down, guys. I'm really hating life.
Yo, that sucks. Yeah, to answer Black Sheep, the neighborhood I'm in, I left my house. I'm here with my mom, where my mom stays at. That's the only family I got down here, really. So I came up here just to spend some time with her and be up here with her.
Right on. Yo, I got some before we get into this presser, unless you got anything you got on your mind. I see crypto just showed up too. I gotta share this footage I found. Where'd it go? Oh, I accidentally unshared that one. Okay, anyway, right here, I've got exclusive footage, okay, of the very first proto Bills fan.
Oh, I seen that earlier on Twitter. Yeah.
In the flesh, in the wild. This is historic footage that was unearthed in a cave in Buffalo. Okay, this is the very first footage of the very first proto Bills fan.
You're saying that's the prototype?
Yikes!
That's the proto Bills fan. Yep, that's the prototype. Yep.
Mm.
They didn't quite have it right yet. You know what I mean? They were still falling off ladders onto the table. You know.
Yeah, that one, that species was called Buffalo Humus erectus.
Yeah.
Yeah, Nene's up in the North Carolina area. I see Nene. Nene, be careful in the North Carolina area for sure.
Yeah, even them a lot of them states are under warnings too, bro. That thing is massive, man.
It's what color I was listening when you first put up the radar that you had and stuff, and I thought you illustrated it perfectly. This is the perfect illustration of what a storm should look like, right? This thing is massive, bro.
This is one of those ones that other aliens would be looking at our planet going, man, look, it's the spot on Earth. You know what I mean?
Right, exactly. Yeah.
Like Jupiter's spot, you know?
You didn't know that's a 300-year storm on Jupiter, technically.
Yep,
That's been brewing since the 1600s.
300 years?
Spot.
I would have figured it was much older. Wow.
Yeah.
So that means that people in medieval times didn't see the spot on Jupiter.
Right.
Crazy. That had never occurred to me, Crypto. Thank you for that information.
And it's much more violent. It's like thousands of times more violent than our most violent storm.
And the thing of it is, the storm is, is besides wind speed, it's also traveling at a very fast rate. So that's the reason that you've got tropical storm force warnings all the way up into the Carolinas, because that thing, when it makes landfall, it's going to rush up into the land so quick that it's going to still have some of its punch left, that far into the inland. You know what I mean?
Yeah, they're saying it's at a category 3 right now, 120 mile an hour. They say by landfall it should be a cat 4. So
yep. Plus, when it starts heading that angle, crossing the southeast, it's going to be able to pull all of that eastern seaboard moisture off the ocean into it in its inflow and keep its strength all the way out to sea, pretty much. That's why they're getting these types of warnings that far north. The stuff that's going to be rolling in off Nene's coast line is going to be pretty nasty, wicked squalls. So be careful up there, guys. You too, Crypto. I mean, look at Washington was right in the middle of it, man. Let me pull that back up.
Yeah, we got some dark clouds up here too from the upper bay.
Now, if you superimpose the radar, a lot of those are upper level clouds right at the moment. You know what I mean? They're not actual rain or nothing, or it could be windy, but like a lot of the outer stuff is a lot of upper level stuff, and it's funneling down into a vortex. That's basically what the hurricane is, a huge cyclonic vortex. So it's drawing all that upper level stuff down into it like a huge hook, like a huge tornado. And that's why it's such a it looks so good on the satellite image, because you can see, like, if I blow it up once it refreshes again here, let me reshare it. And we getting science, we getting weather lessons.
Well, that brings me back to my old days. For 10 years, I used to work for a flight service station. That's all we did was interpret weather for pilots.
Right, so they don't have it actually crossing out, but it's going to pull all this stuff into its inflow as it rides up. And so all this stuff's going to be coming in at a high rate of speed into the eastern seaboard. You know what I mean? looks like it's going to sit over and die out right here, southeastern Missouri, southern Illinois, and that's going to produce. That's going to be like, remember 1993 floods of the Mississippi? We got to be careful, everybody. We got to be mindful in the next week down the Mississippi for that, because if that thing does what it looks like they're saying it's going to do, it's going to sit there and just flood out the Mississippi and all of its tributaries. So you could be looking at something, you know, catastrophic in the Midwest too from this storm. Yeah, it's Mother Nature, baby. That we're in it. You know what I mean?
That's crazy. How, I mean, it basically covers the entire state of Florida. Like, it just eats it all up. That's crazy.
Yep. So here's, like we were showing before, here's the wind model, Lou. So this is kind of, you can kind of see
a quarter of the whole country,
what direction of wind you should be experiencing right now. You know what I mean? Looks like due south and north at a pretty high clip. And then as you can go into the future cast and plot it and see what the wind, what the people who experience landfall what their wind pattern should be like depending on where they are. See, that's right at landfall right there.
Yep.
So that's what it would be like if you were in the storm and could see the winds and debris and all that. And as you can see right in the dead center, there's just nothing. It's completely calm. It all dies out right in the center.
Hey, Crypto, when you were doing the aviation thing, did you get any pushback from the pilots, or they listened to you?
Oh, no, they definitely listen, because some of them had to circumnavigate a particular route. They'll give us the departure and then destination, and we have to give them the entire weather briefing throughout the entire route, the flight route. So yeah, they didn't really give us any pushback. We'll give them the adverse conditions, like what the turbulence levels, icing levels, freezing levels at different altitudes and stuff like that. That was more adverse to their flight, and then they'll make the go or no go decision based on the information we gave them from the National Weather Service. So we get all that data input into our computer systems, and we'll draw it up based on the route and the flight path that they got. So yeah, it gets real busy during this time when we have pilots coming out of these areas, coming into our area, or vice versa. So we could be getting slammed with all kind of general aviation, and even the commercial guys, when they call us up, when they're getting backed up, they call us up too.
So as you guys can see, it looks like their projected landfall at this moment in time is right around north of Horseshoe Beach, east of or west of Cross City. Right at about, what is that? Steinhatchee? Never heard of it.
Florida is a state, and one thing about Florida is one of the heaviest states in the country for student pilots. And that we get a lot of the student pilots coming out of northern half of Florida, Pensacola, Tallahassee area.
So Lewis, you see how like
we get a lot of calls from there
when it's down like right here, right? And let's see, where you're right in this area, right?
Yes, sir.
Roughly, or are you further south? Like, yeah, like right in this area. You see how the winds are going into the center of the storm?
Yeah, absolutely.
Like an inflow, sort of.
Yes, sir.
Right. So if you've ever watched those tornado videos online, like Reed Timmer and all them guys, and they position themselves at the hook echo at a point where they're usually going to be right about this spot, and that's why you can see the grass on the prairie like all blowing towards the tornado when they're out there. You know what I mean? So you would be in that same spot basically if this was a smaller and just a tornado cyclone, you know what I mean?
Right.
And then sometimes they put themselves right up in here, and so they'll be looking at it from the north, but the wind, as you can see, would still be coming at their back. You know what I mean? So no matter what side of the cyclone you're on, the wind's going to be coming at your back, flowing into the storm.
For sure.
And so basically, if this was a tornado, and this is why it's so nice being such a perfectly formed hurricane, because you can actually see this would be your front, your whole front. This would be your dry line would be injecting right down here in the inflow tail, right? Here would be your warm air ridge. Here would be your cold air. Okay. And then look at this. Look at this perfectly formed hook echo. Look at this hook. So this would be right here when it's now imagine this is a lot smaller, right? Like down to our scale, because that's what tornadoes are, right? The tornado chasers, when they say they're like slicing the hook, they would be driving laterally across the storm, cutting across its hook echo. You know what I mean? Like right here.
Mm-hmm.
And then they position themselves around right here to watch the storm as it passes by.
Mm-hmm.
Now this is on I'm demonstrating this on a hurricane, but if you really shrink the scale down way much smaller to like the size of a thunderstorm, that's a tornado. That's the same physics involved in a tornado. And now that our radar is getting really good, some of these tornadoes you see on radar, you can actually see the little tail just like a hurricane. The southern tail.
Oh, yeah.
So real quick, while I got it still up, one more sidebar. I'm going to flip it over to the radar, so you're going to see what this thing looks like on the radar. So as I told you, you can see the squall coming in my area in the southeast Florida. And then look at this booger. Look where all the lightning's positioned. The worst quadrant of the storm right here.
Nene said no snow. Somebody was getting snow? I guess somewhere other part of the country.
But as you can see, even though all this is not like hurricane force, it's all inflow stuff. Look at the cloud tops. Look at the red. All of that stuff can produce tornadoes as it's racing down into the storm. All of this stuff dragging up. All these thunderstorms right here will be rushing this way, probably into the Tampa area, and they're all tornado risk. I'm gonna play it through because this will do future, I think. So I don't know where are we at? What are we at? 3 o'clock. So right around here, it's covered by my sharing sign, but it's right around here is where the now is. So you'll see its radar predicted path coming up here right about. Everything from here on out is predictive. See, they can't tell where the radar can't predict where the eye is going to go. That's why the eye loses its formation on the radar. But that thing will be just as tight as it is right now going up into there.
And it's shake in this instance, if a pilot was going from Tampa to Tallahassee, we'll give them a no recommended flight on their based on this map right here alone.
And how about the Tennessee?
The Tennessee, oh hell no, not unless you was a damn supersonic bird that can go 32,000 feet. You can get above the clouds real quick.
It's funny you say that because my mom's flight to Tennessee has been canceled for tomorrow.
Right, I'll say hell no. Yeah, if you can quickly get to 32,000 and above within the first 5 minutes, then yeah.
And the concert she was going to in Tennessee is also being canceled. So
yeah, I would give them a no recommended flight on that one. Yeah.
What about from Texas? What about from Texas to Orlando?
Texas?
No. Yeah, anything into Florida.
I'll wait for that to pass over the east. Yeah, Florida is pretty much a no-go.
Yeah, TPA has been closed since 2 o'clock this morning, so they suspended all flights leaving from TPA or coming in.
Yeah, because they call us up. I'm looking at that map. That's the first map I'm pulling up. I'm like, wait a minute, you sure you want to go, sir?
So I titled the show. Hurricane McD incoming.
Well, Culler, I did before you get in. I know you want to play the press conference and stuff like that. I did because I didn't get a chance. We were talking about it a little bit on the show last night, and I did. I didn't really get to finish or illustrate what I really want, right? Because I hear a lot of people say,
the McD thing presser is just a slow, muggy, quiet, rainy, hurricaney afternoon, something to do with y'all. So have the floor, bro. You know what I mean? Sure. We got time. We got time for the others,
Absolutely. I just wanted to float it to you guys, right? Because we're always talking about one thing we can't change is the ownership. Whether we like it or not, we can't force the owner to sell. right? So
Correct.
I'm
Only
gonna
the owners
eliminate,
can do that.
absolutely. So I'm gonna eliminate Stephen Ross from my analysis, to use in a better term, to use Culler's words, right? I want change, though. If we're talking about just firing, let's say Greer, or we want to just fire Greer, Aaron McDaniel, that's not all I want. I want every head on this damn front office on the chopping block then. Because if we're really wanting change, you can't just eliminate one person or two people and think it's going to change. I want Tom Garfinkel up out of here. I want Reggie McKenzie up out of here. I want this, I forget his first name, but Allen, whoever that is, I want him up out of here. I want everybody gone. And whoever you decide to bring in, general manager, coach-wise, if that's the case, right? Let them build their own people. Because I keep making this analogy. In Miami, see, we don't know who the general manager is without Google of the Pittsburgh Steelers. We just know that Mike Tomlin makes a lot of football decisions within that organization. The Steelers have empowered Mike Tomlin. And Andy Reid in Kansas City,
Yeah, to do
they
a lot of stuff.
empowered him. It's end all be all with Andy Reid. Some of the most influential programs that we've had in the NFL, right? Look at New England Dynasty. One guy, it was Belichick, right? He's the one, empowered somebody, let him make all the shots, whether it worked or not. All I'm saying is, bro, if you think you're going to fire one general manager or one head coach and everything is just going to change, no. Because in my opinion, in Miami, there's 9 chefs, 9 guys that have their hands in the cookie jar. So, okay, get rid of 2. You still got 7 more. And all
Everybody say hi to Kadeem in the chat real quick.
Kadeem,
That's a
what's
good
good?
point.
Holding
They
a-
need to be consolidated.
Holding a fin fort down over across the pond in Britain.
Absolutely.
Does a nice, great show. Go Time Dolphins. Make sure you're subscribed to them. Go ahead, Lou.
Absolutely. No, I'm pretty much done with that. But you kind of see what I'm getting at, Color and
Well,
Crypto
yeah, and
Shake,
I mean,
like,
I've joked about it, but only joking, like only quasi jokingly. The janitors got to go, like everybody.
absolutely.
You know, I mean,
Yeah, they might need to consolidate that, like you said, like they did.
And I only say that because bless their heart, I don't want the janitor to lose their job. It obviously doesn't really. A janitor's never going to amount to a win for us. But the point I'm trying to make is that you have to be done with everything. You have to completely say, here's a blank formatted hard drive for this new regime to come in and work with.
And it's crazy.
Yeah.
Black Sheep, I know
Yeah.
you're not coming at me, but you're asking
you
the
do that.
question, Black Sheep. This is where people get me confused. I go with the energy of the football team. So, yes, Tua included. If you're cleaning house, get Tua up out of here, too. And that's not me saying that I don't like Tua or I don't think Tua can play. I'm not going to sit here and be like, oh, he's trash. Even though I say that about Skylar, I'm trolling for the most part, right? I root for Skylar just like I root for Tua. But yes, to answer your question, Black Sheep, if we want change, if that's what my fan base, the one that I love and talk to on a regular basis, right? If that's what they want, I'm on board. Tua, yes, Tua has to go to.
Yeah, I mean,
Well-
again, Tannehill didn't survive Brian Flores. You know what I mean? It just don't happen. A true new regime comes in. This is how I knew it wasn't a new regime, because if a true new regime came in and the owner was out on the public podium telling the public that the choice of the quarterback is on the incoming coach, and that incoming coach doesn't bring in his own guy, then that's not a new regime.
Yeah. And you know what? As far as getting rid of Tom Garfinkel,
Right.
I think he is bigger than just the Miami Dolphins. I don't think Ross will ever get rid of him, but I would say a fair compromise is let him get rid of him from the football operation day to day.
Right. He may fall upward or sideways to another spot, because the guy does have good business acumen. He's probably been with Ross for a long time.
Yeah, he takes care of the stadium, the events outside of the stadium. So
who's that?
Let him
Garfinkel.
just take him out of the football day-to-day operations.
But again, see, and Shake, I'm with you 100%.
I just have trouble with that name. You talk about names, Color. That name is terrible.
I would have, Well, the question I would have, right, Tom Garfinkel, because I agree with everything Shake has. My question would be, why is Tom Garfinkel even making or having say in football decisions now? That's not what you're hired for.
Exactly.
Like that would be my question to the organization.
There's
like,
got to be some kind of demarcation point between football and the business
and marketing. Absolutely.
I mean, it has to stop. So it has to be divided somewhere. It's just like your phone company. You know, the phone company don't come in and hook right up to your phone. You know,
and Culler, what I don't understand, right? And what I don't understand.
Real quick, Lewis.
No, go ahead,
see, here's the thing. I don't think he's making football decisions. It's like I told you on the Spaces. I think he's just there as a to verify. Because look, when he hired Brian Flores, he says Brian Flores is going to report to Chris Greer. Chris Greer is going to report to me. When he hired Mike McDaniel, he says McDaniel is going to hire the answer to Chris Greer. Chris Greer is going to answer to Tom Garfinkel, and Tom Garfinkel is going to report to me. So I think he put a Garfinkel because he's probably one of his most trusted employees to make sure and verify what's going on is really what's going on.
Absolutely. And again, I agree with all that. But when I look at what Tom Garfinkel's title is within the Dolphin organization, or what he was brought in there to do, is like, to Culler's point, manage marketing, right? To improve the stadium, to live events and all this, which he's a master at. The problem is, though, again, even if he's in the room, I'd sit in the room, to your point, Shake, if he has to report to Stephen Ross. But that's not what I'm saying. What I heard is he has a voice in the room, like his opinion, not making decisions. Right. I'm not saying, but he's talking football. Right. And what I don't understand is I've heard, right, and now Culler can talk about this because he's a season ticket holder this season. All I've heard for the past couple of years is what the Dolphins are not doing for the season ticket holders, right? You buy season tickets and they don't send you no care package, no T-shirts, no jersey, no nothing. They're sending you brochures of how you can upgrade your already existing package. And all I'm saying is, Tom Garfinkel, stop worrying about being in the football decisions or football plans and start doing other shit, what you're supposed to be there for, right? Like I don't understand. Why is it the Diamond Dolphins?
Right. Well, and again, I'll go back to the phone company analogy. There is somebody in AT&T at some point that has no idea what a phone is and how a phone works.
That's what I'm saying.
And he's running something for AT&T that's doing something for them that's making them gobs of money. But he's not going to go down into the field and tell the field guys how to install the phone system. He don't even know how it works.
I'm just saying, I'm sure every NFL team has a marketing guy, a Tom Garfinkel guy within every organization. It's just hard for me to believe that the guy that has that position for the Pittsburgh Steelers is in meeting rooms with Mike Tomlin and he has a voice. It's hard for me to believe that, is all I'm saying. And when I heard all these rumors about Brian Flores, and I know people don't like to hear that name, it's the boogeyman. If you say it 3 times, he shows up like Beetlejuice, right? But the fact of the matter is, when Brian Flores was walking around that building telling people, you guys don't know shit about football, right? People wanted to say, well, he wasn't agreeing with Stephen Ross and Chris Greer. And yes, those were 2 gentlemen he told that to. But I'm sure he looked at Tom Garfinkel and said, you don't know shit about football. Shut the hell up.
I'm pretty sure that's what got him fired, was going into that office and saying exactly all the stuff you just said for the last 10 minutes.
Absolutely. None of these guys know football. And again, Culler, we had to wait to hire this man because we were waiting for him to either win or lose a Super Bowl.
Right.
When he was the defensive coordinator. It's funny to me, Culler, when I hear these, oh, well, Brian Flores didn't win shit. No, you're wrong. When he got to Miami, he brought 3 Super Bowl rings. Who hasn't won shit is me, Culler, Shake, and the rest of us. We're the ones that haven't won shit. Brian Flores was coming from a dynasty.
I won a nice long stroll to the throughout half of Miami Gardens. You know, that's what I won.
That's a fact. Like what are we talking about? We haven't won a playoff. Everybody says we're the ones that haven't even won a playoff game in 24 years. We do realize that Brian Flores came from a 20-year dynasty where he was a part of it for 15 years and won 3 Super Bowls. Now you tell me who won more, the Dolphins and us Dolphin fans, or Brian Flores? You tell me. You tell me if Brian Flores don't know what a winning organization look like. So again, do I blame him? And
Definitely knows what it looked like, Lewis.
Yes, he has some fault in the way he handled certain situations. Because I would agree, you can't go into your boss's office and say that. But at some point, when you get tired, you listen. Do I blame him? No, because when I look at the overall, bro, if Brian Flores is looking at Tom Garfinkel's of the world and telling them they don't know shit about football, I'm sorry, I'm siding with Brian Flores in that situation because he's dead ass right.
Yeah, I mean, ain't it the same appeal to authority everybody expects when they point to McDaniel and all? It's funny how we've lived under the authority of Mike McDaniel for 4 seasons now, and everybody that points to him and says just shut up because he knows. Mike McDaniel even basically insinuated that last week by saying, "But I don't know. What do I know?" Okay, you're gonna have that kind of attitude. Okay, you got to realize that, people actually do know football. You know what I mean? Like this idea, we've been basically saying now that McDaniel is screwing up in everybody's mind and everybody's calling for his job, it's like, oh, wait a minute. Am I now allowed to disregard every command decision he's made since he's been here? Like believing that Tua is good, for instance? Because, if we're going to appeal to authority because they got
you have to do that on your own.
Example. Well, how are you going to argue with the president and CEO of the Miami Dolphins about football, Culler? Oh, I don't know. I'm sorry. I've just, how dare I? I'm such a plebe. How dare I? I mean, I'm not saying Mike McDaniel don't know something and he don't have a certain amount of authority, but the way people have told me for force, oh, just deal with it, Culler. They know more than you, and they know what they're going to get out of the guy. And here we are in the same boat we've been in, and we're now blaming McDaniel. So which is it?
Yeah.
This is, again, why I tell people, and it's, oh, Culler preaching again, Culler lecturing to us. Hey, I've tried to tell you guys since I've come on YouTube and started talking to y'all. And people that have known me that long have heard me say this 1,000 times. This is why an appeal to authority in a debate is a fallacy. Because now that the debate is, why is our offense not doing anything now? The answer is the same authority we've been appealing to for the last 4 years. You don't see the fallacy in that? But as a very knowledgeable man once said on Wednesday, what do I know? I'm just a guy on the internet. Like I told you all a couple episodes ago, I'm just a guy on the internet, Dolphin fan, telling you what I see. If my eyes are blind or I'm seeing something different, hey, whatever, What do I know? Don't trust me. I'm just probably the only one in the world that told anybody to take the points for Carolina last week, but I digress. When everybody told me Andy Dalton was trash and couldn't do nothing better than Tua.
You just need to change the scenery. Sometimes change the scenery works for people.
Well, guess what? We had an option to get Andy Dalton as a as a in case of emergency break glass situation, which we now find ourselves in. But no, that same guy that we've been appealing to's authority for the better part of the last 4 years, that guy said Skylar Thompson was ready.
Yeah, he did say Skylar was ready, and
I mean,
he
what
played a lot
you know
better
what I
than
mean?
Skylar,
Like,
for sure.
that's precisely the reason. And I know Lewis, I get what's going on with you and Skylar, bro. I understand. You know what I mean? I don't take offense personally from you for anything you say about the guy. But I do have to say that this is why I do get a little, triggered when I hear the trolling on Skylar, because the same guy that told me Tua was ready and Tua's the guy is telling us Skylar was ready.
Yeah, Mike did say Skylar was ready. Mike McDaniel
I mean, he
said that on his
stood
own
behind him all week, bro. He's the one that cut Mike White. He's the one. Now, he did slip in the little joke about if we had an open tryout for quarterbacks, it wouldn't, yeah, that'll be cap friendly. I don't know. A lot of people didn't catch that. So he basically was saying, I'm standing behind Skylar as the best we could have possibly got for our money.
Yeah, I listen. I do
Yeah.
it. I'm not gonna lie. I troll, right? So even when I just heard what you said now, Color, about Mike McDaniel, and again, not for you. I don't want you to get offended or nothing like that. I'm just saying for the people. To troll back, I would say, well, remember when he said that about Tua, what everybody said? What is he supposed to say? That's his quarterback, right?
Of course.
So again, when I hear people try to say that, I'll just be like, well, what is he supposed to say? Skylar's
of course.
right?
This is why, again, I'm
Yeah.
further illustrating the fallacy of appealing to authority. Absolutely. Because what else are they going to say? Now, at the same time,
and not let you like Bill Parcells and say my quarterback's trash.
Lewis,
it's only quarterback coach that did that.
At the same time, just like that's not Tua's fault. That's also not Skylar's fault.
Well, agreed, 100%. Agreed.
And so I'm looking at it like, yo, the team knew that that's the reason we had Skylar was for money because of financial reasons. The coach knew, everybody knew. So we're gonna make it even worse by not showing up for the guy.
Mm-hmm.
That's the part I don't understand, Lewis. And that's the part that tells me, regardless of how bad Skylar looked the other night, we never had a shot to win that game. That was literally my keys to the game last week, was the team stepping up.
Yeah, we needed a team win.
Yeah, this team didn't step up. This team hasn't stepped up since what?
Exactly.
The Dallas game last year.
Exactly. That's why I thought I was being fair when I said those were my keys to the game, because it didn't matter whether it was Tua or Skylar. If the team ain't going to play, then Skylar is going to look like trash, regardless of whether he was in and of his own right. You know what I mean?
Well, and that's where I will say that even being a Tua fan, even if that was Tua on Sunday in Seattle, I think we still lose that game.
Of course.
I don't think Tua's just winning that game because his name is Tua.
Yeah, we probably do put up a touchdown. So Tua's better than Skylar in the respect that he can score a touchdown when Skylar
make the game closer than what the end result, to Lewis's point.
I would have said maybe 10 points. I would have gave Tua, let's say 13. Cool. We still lose.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, I agree.
Right. He closes the margin of defeat.
And it'd be fair to give him 13 because that's literally what we've scored since Dallas.
That's what we've been averaging, right? Since Dallas, right? Yep. That's
exactly, and that's why I said that. Average. And that's why I said that. Yeah, I would have said about 24-13, something like that. We would have lost instead of 24-3.
Right. Sure. And it would have looked the same. They would have let us hang in at 17-3 forever. We would have chopped it back up to 13, and they'd have scored that last touchdown and made it 24-13.
And that's how the game would have ended. Yep. Absolutely, I agree.
You know, I mean,
yeah.
And that was the whole point. So you can understand why dude, look, life is about much more than Skylar Thompson and how I feel about people trolling him and all that. So obviously I haven't gotten too involved, you know what I mean? But I did
It's
want to
Boyle
express
time.
how I felt. Like, yo,
We got to troll
it,
Boyle.
it's like every show I've watched, they've has broken. Everybody has, so it's not like this is exclusive to anybody. Even we brought it up. I'll bring it up. Skylar should have thrown the damn ball on the Hail Mary. That was dumb. You know what I mean? But that's all that needs to be said.
I
Like,
was puzzled by that last play.
people are acting like that play is the microcosm of our entire last 7 games.
Definitely
Like
not.
all of us, we
No.
nailed it, everybody. We finally figured out our issue. Skylar has no idea how to run a Hail Mary. That's it, everybody. We're fixed now. That's my issue with it. You know what I mean? It seems like a lot of spent energy. Although I know there's a lot of people out there that have had to spend energy defending their position on Skylar not being worthy enough. And so I know that energy had to get out, bro. I get it. I'm not like trying to be a goody two shoes or nothing. You know what I mean? I know that energy had to get out. You know, like, he is trash. I get it.
Absolutely. And Aqua, we can't say how the outcome would have came out with Tua. You're absolutely right. I don't think that we're all saying we're saying that. What we can do though is say what our beliefs of the outcome would have been if Tua played.
Based on what, Lou?
Right.
Based on what
patterns.
he's shown us.
Based on
what
patterns.
Based on the
right,
absolutely.
right.
Absolutely. Based
Human
right,
beings,
which is
Homo
given
sapiens
probabilities based on
sapiens.
pattern.
And I've said it before, Homo sapiens sapiens is a pattern recognition machine. That's what we were designed to do genetically.
Yeah, absolutely. All we can go by is what Tua has put out in front of us and what this team has put out in front of us for about the past 7 to 8 games. And it hasn't been good. So
right, which is a large enough sample size.
Our pattern recognition software in the human brain is there for our protection. That's what kept us alive for tens of thousands of years. You know what I mean? Now, it causes bad things in society, obviously. Stereotypes, prejudice, racism. It causes the bad things, sure. But there's a natural purpose for it that just gets manipulated because we're such smart animals now. We're too intelligent for our own good is what it is.
Yeah, Aqua, look at the Panthers versus the Raiders. I agree, right? They got destroyed, right? And then they come back the following week and they win. But if the pattern, you wouldn't have said that they would have won this week, looking at their patterns. And who's to say just because they played well this past week, that this upcoming week they're going to play better? Like the fact of the matter is, this is more of an anomaly than what the patterns show. I think for me, going into whoever they play this week, I would say the Panthers have a chance of losing rather than winning. I'm not getting excited because they won one game.
Right. Because your pattern
and
is
they playing Cincinnati.
Because your pattern is
Cincinnati to that point, Lewis.
Right. Because
that's why I was like, I'm not falling into that trap.
Right. Because
Good
the
point.
pattern. Right. Because the latest pattern with Andy Dalton is I come in relief for a game or two and look good, and then it's back to the same old Andy Dalton.
1,000%.
You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
Right.
So that's the pattern there. This is why, again, but the pattern was also that the Panthers were really bad. Couldn't have been all on Bryce Young, right? So my first take last week was, hey, they're probably still going to lose, but take the points because with Andy Dalton, they'll be stable enough to make it a game. And then I said, if you want to go further and take them on the money line to win, I would use the same take. You know what I mean? And so, yeah, that's because now the reason I thought that the Panthers would still probably lose is because of the patterns that were developed by the Raiders recently. They've been playing solid football. The Panthers haven't been. You know what I mean? So, that's how you make predictions and expectations and whatever else. We don't just come up here and like guess.
Probability, right? We all just giving our probability and the likelihood of
I mean, we guess, but it's
Yeah.
educational guesses. It's hypotheses. It's not, I'm
Absolutely.
guessing because I
Right.
like this guy or that guy or hate that guy. Although I do get a little biased with Josh Allen, I will admit.
Right. That's built in because of our fandom
Of course.
of fans.
But if I'm talking
Right.
to a
That's
Pittsburgh
already
fan
given.
on a Tuesday in my own town at Denny's while I'm waiting to pay my check, I'm going to tell you what I really think about Josh Allen. You know what I mean? Like, sorry, I'm a Dolphin fan. What can I say?
Listen, at the end of the day, and I'm going to speak to that, being a Dolphin fan, the only thing that matters, gentlemen, is that the Miami Dolphins currently, today, where we sit, is a trash football team. That's what it is.
Until proven otherwise.
Until proven otherwise.
Until we change the
And
narrative.
we have 7
The
games to
Dolphins
go
have to
on.
change that narrative.
Yeah.
Right.
We're a trash football
Right.
team going into week 4 of the season. We have been trash.
Well, think of it like this, Lou. And this is where I'll really hit it home because I don't think people are realizing it at the moment. I've put it in a couple chats over the last couple, but I haven't really said it on a show like properly, like the way I say things, right? Think about it like this. If we drop this game Monday for whatever reason, we will be 2-6 in the last 8 ball games.
Yeah, that's trash, Culler.
Right. Well, right.
Yes,
So
that's
what
how
what
official
we're
word, yeah.
saying is not only at their height of their winning, but at the worst of their lows, Mike McDaniel is still only has a WAR of 1 over Brian Flores.
Ain't that the truth?
So
Right.
when in other
Right,
words,
yeah.
when
How you
Brian
think about it,
Flores
yeah,
was
only
at
a
the
plus
low
one,
of his
yeah.
lows, we were 1-7. When Mike McDaniel's at the low of his lows, we're at 2-6. Tell me how that's much different.
I'll tell you the biggest difference is Mike McDaniel has a way better team.
Okay. Now you're cooking. Now you're cooking. Continue.
No, I mean that's the end. That's the exclamation point right there. The conversation's over. Like if you look from a roster point perspective, Brian Flores did not have Tyreek Hill, Jalen Waddle, Jonnu Smith, Austin Jackson, Taron Armstead, Eric.
Well, the thing of it is, Lou, you don't have those guys because Taron Armstead is quote unquote feeling great while in the concussion protocol.
Well, absolutely. I'm just saying from the talent that is on the field, even
on the field right now.
one of our favorite players, gentlemen. One of our favorite players, right? Now, A-Chain is balling. I will not take away from A-Chain. He's been the bright spot of the season so far, right? But everybody hated Myles Gaskin. Well, you know who had to put Myles Gaskin on the field every Sunday and win with him? Brian Flores. Brian
You know who
Flores.
got? You know who got what?
You did
200 plus yards in a game against Tampa Bay that we lost. Wasn't that Myles Gaskin?
That was Myles Gaskin. Yeah, he did.
10 targets, 10 receptions in that game.
Oh, that's right. 100% catch rate on 10 targets. That's right.
Yeah. 10 for 10.
He did.
Little old
He was
Myles
perfect.
Gaskin that everybody hated.
He had not his QBR, his RBR, his running back rating. That it was 100%.
Yep.
I just created a whole new stat line.
And
his RBR was good.
And he had over 200 total yards. He only had 5 carries for 25 yards. But even in his carries, that's 5 yards a carry.
Yeah, he was a monster. He was a monster, especially that game. The fact of the matter is, though, Brian Flores was not allotted to coach Devon A-Chain and Jalen Wright and Raheem Mostert. He didn't have that opportunity, but he was asked to take this team to the playoffs, though, right? That's what everybody holds against him. He hasn't made the playoffs.
Yeah, they do.
Mike McDaniel coaches a football team and constructs a football team like a little kid playing Dungeons and Dragons, dude.
And he's got all these cards.
He's got all these cards that he never wants to throw down because he covets them so much. You know what I mean?
And listen, I'll say this, right? For me, I don't think the Brian Flores offense would have been this exciting, right? At times when we've seen our Dolphins, right? And we've all been there. We've gotten excited, and so I get it. I don't think it would have been that excited. But I'm going to come out and say it right now, gentlemen. I think if Brian Flores had this same football team or the last year's football team, I think we're better than what we were under Coach Mike McDaniel. I'm sorry. I just think fundamentally as a football team, if you just want to hold from an offense perspective, okay, I'll get it. But if you want to talk to me about the overall, discipline and procedure, bro, look at all the procedure penalties. We're getting 10, 11, 12 penalties a game.
Mm-hmm.
They're just
and not even and there's other teams doing that are at least winning.
Absolutely. And I think Brian Flores would have eliminated some of that. And again, from the offense, yeah, it might have not been as exciting at times, but I think we would have won more. That is a fact,
more discipline,
in my opinion.
Not the untimely false starts and illegal procedure calls that blows up drives. A lot of people don't look at that.
Well, Crypto, the fact of the
things
matter
like
is,
that.
Crypto, let's call it for what it is. Take it off the field, right? After a 31-10 loss, I'm not saying Brian Flores would have beat Buffalo because he had a hard time doing that as well, right? So I get it.
Yes.
But what I will say, if after a Thursday night 31-10 loss, I doubt that me, Culler, and you or Friday morning are reading about 3 of Brian Flores' players at Disney on Ice. I doubt we're reading that story.
No, we're not getting that. You're right. That story
did
never come out uphill. You're right. Yeah.
That's
we're not reading about that. Yeah.
Right. Take it off the field. If you just want to take it from the coaching and how they handle this team and stuff, I don't think you have any of Brian Flores' players at Disney on Ice, especially after a Thursday night.
He has them focused and right back in the lab. Right. He's
1000%.
got them refocused right away. They back in the lab going through that
it was
TNT
pre-scheduled. It's like, really? And they didn't know they had a Thursday night football game this year? And
yeah, that was also matter of fact, the Thursday night football was scheduled in May. How about that?
And September?
You're right.
Disney on Ice? Right. You don't want to go in.
So they can't say the pre-scheduled thing. Unless it was scheduled before the official football schedule came out, they can't use the pre-scheduled excuse.
Well, I just hate what we do, right? Like, let me find the comment again. And no shade at Aqua. I think Aqua is a great dude, man. Like, I never come at Aqua. I'm not even coming at him.
He never gets personal, bro.
Bro. And again, I respect Aqua, right? And I want him to hear that I'm not coming at him. I'm just looking at his comments. If Flores was here, Tyreek would be a Jet. I don't understand that because when all I heard was Brian Flores couldn't work with Minka Fitzpatrick, right? Well, when he got fired, he went to Pittsburgh. We didn't hear a peep. You didn't hear that Minka was mad or upset that Brian Flores was coaching him, right? Brian Flores is in Minnesota now. I'm sure, does he coach Justin Jefferson? No, right? But at the same time, at practice, he's lining up his players against Justin Jefferson. I'm sure they have conversations. Right? Like, why do we have to think that Brian Flores could not coach anybody? Right? Like, the narrative is Brian Flores couldn't work with big superstars. Okay, did we consider Xavier Howard as a superstar? Because he coached him. And under
that was his best years under him.
Exactly.
Oh, he had Pro Bowl and All Pro under Flores.
Took the words right out of my mouth, Crypto.
Maybe he just can't coach uncoachable guys.
Well, again, this is where it's confusing for me, Culler, right? The guy that we wanted to pay $28 million to, Christian Wilkins, right? That everybody loved. He was a leader in who coached him for his first 3 years in the league.
Right.
So the Christian
who coached up Durham Smythe to Mike McDaniel's standard with a 76% career catch rate. Who coached Durham Smythe up to that? If you want to know, you can go look at Durham Smythe's career and see his season list. In his first 2 seasons, Lou, he was in the mid 50s% with his catch rate. So not only has he gotten higher than that, but he built that back up in 3 seasons to 76%, bro.
Bro, I just don't understand. Look at Alex Renee Diaz in the chat too, saying Alex Renee Diaz saying Tyreek Hill's persona or his personality would have never meshed with Brian Flores. It meshed with Andy Reid.
Right. And so what? Exactly. Is Tyreek Hill the only star in the world?
But then, no, Culler. And again, Tony brought it up on the show, and it was a terrible narrative by Tony. It was a great point by Tony, and I never even thought of it, right? So players have came out and said they don't like to be coached the Brian Flores style, right? And okay, and that's cool. We all know who those players were that said that.
Mm-hmm.
Tyreek Hill has came out and said he's the opposite. He likes when being coached hard. He
Yep.
likes when people are getting in his face. He likes
Bingo.
when
So he killed that own narrative about him not being coached.
He's
Right.
killing their narrative, fellas.
Yes,
he's
he's
the
basically
opposite.
killing their narrative.
Well,
Right.
not only that,
The guy himself. Wow.
well, not only that, but the Patriots,
Unbelievable.
not only that though, last time I checked, the Patriots had no problem beating the Kansas City Chiefs when Brian Flores was on their staff. None.
Right. That's a good point. And here's another one, Lewis. To that
Brady
point,
has nothing to do with stopping Tyreek Hill. So
here's another one.
On Brady narrative.
As far as coaching superstars with a ego, wasn't they accusing Brian Flores is trying to go out there and get a top 5 quarterback? We're not going to name that top 5 quarterback at the time. He was a top 5, but wasn't he a top 5? Wasn't Will Fuller a top 10 to 15 top receiver in the league at the time that he acquired him? I just want to put that out there.
Well,
Doesn't he have like a hot head as a character too?
Yeah.
Wasn't he on the roster? Wasn't Will Fuller on the roster?
Refused to play.
Right, that's what I'm saying. Right, so it's this notion that he don't want to go out there and get confrontational
and by the way,
talent on the roster.
Let's not forget the reason Will Fuller didn't want to play has been memory hold too. Let's not forget.
Exactly.
Yeah. Hey, Black Sheep, I know
because
you're
they didn't
fan,
officially pull that trigger on that top 5 player.
Black Sheep is always making
That's
comments
why.
about me. I know Black Sheep must be a fan, but Black Sheep, again, Lewis, again, with a terrible take. You do realize that all three of us are pretty much up here agreeing on a lot of things, right? So if I have terrible takes, are you saying that Crypto and Culler also have terrible takes?
Who was it? Black Sheep?
Black Sheep.
What did he say? I forget his last
Black
name.
Sheep. Black Sheep is on and off with me, bro. Like he'll agree with a lot of what I say, but he'll disagree.
So I said Black Sheep is definitely a fan, bro. He always puts me up on. He either agrees with me or he doesn't. So
who's right about what part? Which part? He said Black Sheep just said you're right about that part. Who's right about what part?
But I don't know. But above that, look, he was like, "Oh, Lewis." Again with a terrible take. I don't know. I thought I've been pretty good today, but
well, it was articulated well, Lewis.
Right.
If that makes it a good take, I don't know.
Yeah, for sure.
Manolo says both ideas can be correct. See, Manolo's taking the middle ground. Flores and McD may not have been the right hire. What do they have in common? Of course, he does answer the question, but we can answer that for ourselves.
Their records. Culler just told you their records.
No, that's hired by Greer.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay,
Absolutely.
They was hired by Greer. That's the commonality. But they didn't hire themselves, though. That's the point. You can't blame them for
we're basically sitting here arguing over which head coach was worse. And Greer hired both of them.
Bro, Black Sheep, no one said Tyreek Hill would go to jail under Brian Flores. Who said that?
He might. I don't know, bro.
That he would go to jail?
Who the hell said that?
He doesn't have the power to go to arrest him. So are you going to arrest himself?
No. Hey, all I know is we didn't have players getting handcuffed before games when Brian Flores was here. That's all I know.
Yeah, not a single player got in any trouble off the field. Not that I can recall.
And I back up Tyreek on that issue. So, but the point is fair. Real quick on that issue.
Tyreek may have been so motivated on the floors that he wouldn't have been speeding in the first place.
We have an update on that issue. I promised everybody I would be monitoring it closely. And the latest update reported by what's his name, Barry Jackson, is that the officer, when he handcuffed Calais and basically detained him or arrested him, if you will, what he told him about why he was going to arrest him is not even a law yet. So basically what happened was when he ordered him, he had to stay 25 feet away. Calais said something to the effect of, that's not a law. And he said, and the cop said, it is now, or something to that effect. And that law does not go into effect, which it was just passed. Okay. to give first responders room to operate, Florida has passed a law that the officers, if they order, now they have to order it. It ain't just an assumed 25 feet. If they order it, they can order you to stay 25 feet away from first responders, like a scene, right? So, but that law doesn't take effect until January 1st, 2025. That's the latest on that news, little tidbit coming out of that incident. The officer actually cited a law that does not yet exist. See, they'll just pull anything.
Got hired and rehired.
They'll pull anything they have to continue their power trip over you. You know what I mean?
And then blame the guy in Minnesota for it.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, so anyway, I just
Brian Flores' fault. Tyreek Hill got arrested.
The other thing they like to do a lot is they'll cite their own company policy, their own agency policy, as if it's a law, because the agency has certain policies in place that their officers follow, guidelines, if you will, that help keep them safe, in their opinion. Right? And so they have these policies, and they cite those policies to us as if they're law, and they are not law.
Yeah.
So, keep that in mind as well. Always know your rights and just know your law, know the law. There's 1,000 YouTube channels that actually are entertaining as well to watch, so they're not boring, where you can learn this stuff.
Hey, Lewis, quick question, because we used to ask this. We used to try to get them to understand on when the Ravens lost that game, won that game that caused our Patriot win at the end of Brian Flores' last season, us not to playoff. Most likely, had we played another weak opponent, a la like the Jets in Week 17, had it been a Week 17, what is the probability most likely Brian Flores would have won his 11th game instead of going 10-6?
I know. What's the likelihood if
because
knew how to play in the rain
coach,
at the time?
One coach gets an opportunity to win 11 games because it's an extra game in the season to brunt the collapse of the last 3 games of the season.
Crypto, forget the opponent.
It gets held against him because he gets 10 wins in the season and not make it, and one person has the same amount of losses and make the playoffs. Go figure. With 11-6, they had the same amount of losses. The only difference from 11-6 and 10-6 is the fact the NFL granted you an extra game.
Yep. And let's not forget.
That's the difference.
And let's not forget, we were in the playoffs if we didn't have a quarterback that the lights were too big for in Tennessee.
Yeah. Because had that game not been granted, had a game been granted, you don't know what would have been the outcome of that 17th game. Who knows that 17th game couldn't have been against Carolina or the Giants.
What I'm saying is we wouldn't have even needed it, because 10 wins against Tennessee would have given our 10th win with, again, 6 losses, and we would have made the playoffs.
Yeah, because we'd have been like 11-5, which means we'd have had less losses.
So he would have had the same losses with less wins and made the playoffs.
Yeah.
But to your point, yes, if we had the 17th game, we could have made up for the Tennessee loss. Possibly.
Yeah, because we were on a winning streak.
Depends on how the math went that year.
Yeah, because it's really just an extra
game. It would throw off all the math.
Yeah, because we had own tiebreakers up until that last game against Baltimore, because Baltimore had,
But as you always say, with a 17th game, how do we know how the rest of it didn't play out? We still could have probably not made the playoffs.
Right.
We had to beat Tennessee. Yeah.
That we do. But the thing is, we didn't necessarily have to beat them, because the last game of the season we were eliminated. Because
that's right. We still had a shot to fall in, and we didn't get it. That's why I try to tell people, because Mike McDaniel got that and Flores didn't. It's better.
Right. Just because the league granted us an extra game in the season to make up for eventual late season collapse. So that extra 17 game in the 11-win season technically bailed us out because we were on the same cataclysmic fall at the end of last season. Let's say for instance, let's say we have a 16-game season last year. That Jet game wouldn't have mattered. We would have already been eliminated by losing to the Patriots the previous week. That was our elimination game. The 17th game made it possible.
Not to mention that
So
we
they can
still
miss me with that nonsense.
we still fell in. We still needed somebody else to win a ball game for McDaniel to get in.
Right. Exactly. Something else had to happen.
And that's what I'm trying to say. Same with Flores. And we didn't get that win from whoever else needed to win for us to fall in.
Yeah.
Had we beat
Cleveland,
Tennessee,
Baltimore Sunday night
had
game.
we beat
Right.
Tennessee, we wouldn't have needed nobody to win. We would have made it. That other
Right.
team
We'd
winning
have
would
been
have just
11-5
improved
that
our
year.
right. That other team winning would have just
Seeding.
improved our seeding. Right.
Right. We'd have went from the I think we went from 5th seed to the 4th seed or something like that.
Right.
It was
Right.
either
But Tennessee was the key
win and
to,
get the 5th seed or lose or not.
right. In
Make
order
it at
for us,
all.
in order for anybody to say that we didn't fall in, we would have had to beat Tennessee that year.
Yep. Our record would have been 11-5, which means we would have lost less games
Yep.
than the team that we used this year to make the playoffs
Correct.
with 6 losses.
Correct. So you see why the other angle, while being valid, is a little less important. You know what I mean? We just needed to beat Tennessee. And we weren't even, dude, we were completely outclassed. It's not like look, it's one thing to be like, oh, well, we needed to beat Tennessee that year and we didn't. But boy, we played them tough. You know what I mean?
Right.
It's
Right.
the same story. We get completely embarrassed in whatever big game we need to win.
Mm-hmm. And it goes back to even the second season, Ryan Flores' doubling up season. The Buffalo game when we lost 56-20 something, or was it a ridiculous score? People forget that we even led in that ball game. We led 3-0. So even in the game we got destroyed in, we actually had the lead in for a brief moment. But yeah, that was a game we clinched and get in. You know, we would have been 10-6 instead of 9-7. You know, that would have been back-to-back 10-6 seasons. But Fitzpatrick came in there, you know, decided he wasn't going to play and all this other stuff. You know, the whole issues, medical stuff.
We're at an hour and 30 minutes, guys. Hit the like button. Thank you so much for joining Afternoon Color Commentary today. We've got Crypto still with us. Lewis came in for a minute. We're going to get to this Mike McDaniel presser now that they've posted it.
He did something today. He's got another propaganda puff piece out there.
Yeah, and I'm going to play it at 1.5 speed because I can't listen to this guy for 22 minutes. I'm sorry. That's just, I can't do it, man. Especially with what I've seen coming out in the tweets from what people are saying. He said, oh, God, man, it's going to be bad. But let's get it going here.
Okay, he's
as long as
he's
everybody
got another
hits the
propaganda
like
puff piece coming out.
And I'm sorry. Please do not hit the dislike button for anything but my content. Do not hold me responsible for Mike McDaniel, please. Thank you very much. That's the public announcement for today. All right, McD, here we go. It's today, Hurricane McD incoming. We are going to roast this guy. We are going to cook him. We are going to make him more brown than he already is from that South Florida tan that he's sporting. And looking a lot more spry today, you know, a little more lively, a little more focused. So let's see here.
quarterback for Monday, or are you willing to disclose it?
Have you decided on a starting quarterback for Monday, and or are you willing to disclose it?
I have in my mind what I think how it could play out. However, it's a little premature for a multitude of reasons.
Well, I would hope so. Thank you for making sure that you have an idea on your mind of how it could all play out. At least we know that check mark is checked, crypto. You know what I mean? Appreciate that. Good idea, McDaniel.
And the very last being the competitive advantage stamp piece. I just there is a lot going on today, a lot that's gone on in the last 48 hours, and you kind of want to instead of wishing something into existence, I'll let it play out. Well, they'll.
So he was wishing Skyler into existence. He's wishing Skyler to get healthy. All them people that think he was, oh yeah, McDaniel's still standing up for him as his guy.
Yeah.
You know, and it's like, wow, man.
He's all in. Sound like he's all in.
Yeah, because he's been waiting for the last 48 hours to hope something changed. He's wishing, but no, it ain't gonna. So that sounds like a no on Skyler, and he's actually disappointed about it. I wonder why that is after last week's performance.
Wow.
Oh, yes, AB, total roasting session. This is what I'm going to do from now on with these pressers, because we need to provide you all some entertainment, and just sitting here listening to this garble is going to put me to sleep. So, yeah. Yeah, Pete McDaniel, Kevin, that's right. Looks like McDaniel agrees with Pete.
Well,
yeah,
that's his quarterback. You can't criticize his quarterback.
Yeah,
that's Pete.
The quarterbacks that will be participating today will get action and great opportunity, and will as the week progresses, I think I'll be sure to shout it from the top of a building when we know that. But still a lot of information to gather, but looking forward to today because it's a very important day when you have opportunities, regardless of how you think it's going to play out. You get to I get to see guys play within this offense and play with their teammates, and all of that tells me a lot of information, and we'll continue progressing. But got a good team practice today that will be very enthusiastic based upon the meetings today.
We are so cooked Monday night, bro.
When is the media gonna tell them that this offense doesn't work at this level anymore?
We are so cooked, bro.
That's the question I'm waiting on. You got a funny feeling, Mike, that your offense is being caught up to? What's the tough?
Yeah. And by the way, a competitive
advantage. Don't ask him about windmills and freaking hurricanes.
And by the way, crypto, competitive advantage, like, oh my gosh, the Tennessee Titans might know who we're starting at quarterback. That's where we've arrived at, bro.
Yeah, I know. They are like, this is a CIA investigation or something. We got to keep top secret.
If Tua was playing, they would know it's Tua. If Tua was healthy, they would know it's Tua.
Right. What's the keeping secrets on the quarterback?
Like, nobody's ever seen Tyler Huntley or Tim Boyle play before.
Right. There's a lot of film out on these quarterbacks.
Well, what's he gonna do? What's he gonna do? How's he gonna strategize these guys? Well, he shouldn't have to. I mean, if that's how you got to win, then your stuff don't work, and it wasn't going to work with Tua either.
CIA approach to things, but you got to keep everything to see. Oh, I'm keeping away. I don't want my opponents to know. By knowing who's the starting quarterback is?
Yeah. And we're talking about Tim Boyle or Tyler Huntley.
Do any of these guys work for the Pentagon? Are we trying to figure out where the nuclear silos at? Basically everybody knows where the nuclear silos are at. If that's not top secret enough, to be revealed to the public, then what's the difference in your offense and the quarterback plan and this?
I mean, how about just lining up and beating them?
Exactly.
Their quarterback has 5 interceptions on the season.
Right.
Wow. Anyway, all right, let's continue this debacle.
Mike, where's Skylar Thompson as he comes back from? I just want to clarify to it, a rib injury or is it chest?
Where is Skylar Thompson? I forgot to set this thing to 1.5 speed too. Let me get back here. Get this right. Yeah, so he's asking what's the latest on Skylar?
Rib.
And it is a rib injury.
I guess it's semantics because ribs are connected to your chest, but it was rib injury, pretty painful. So, is that noise? Sorry. I went for charity. Noise it up. So I like.
Wow, that's pretty distracting.
You're trying to gauge. It's not.
Like, what's the advantage?
Could you please make more noise? Continue with the noise, please. I like the noise. Keep noising it up.
Like just a pain tolerance thing. Skylar's a very tough individual, but it's how you're able to do your job and with what effectiveness. And every day, from the injury, you get kind of a scope into what it could look like and how that.
You get to go down deep, like inner space style. They shrink you down into this little spaceship, and you get to get inside there and really see the rib.
That's what I'm trying to figure out, Culler. What's the advantage of not telling us or withholding the information?
I know, right? Like,
there's no edge.
I'm really just balancing what he's able to do, and then with regard to the reps and what the other guys are doing, just trying to absolutely make the best decision for the football team. I mean, this is not a day off for anybody, but he how much and whether that it's fully, he's able to be in football drills. He's working on his body, and I'm not. I would be surprised if he'd be able to fully participate, but I also don't want to hold him back as I'm just letting the process take care of itself, and I know he'll do what he's able to do, what he's capable of doing, but he won't put himself or he won't put the team in harm's way if he's unable to execute some of the jobs. So we'll play that by ear.
The team is already in harm's way, bro. Like, what are we? Like, seriously, that was the longest way I've ever heard anybody say, yo, he's hurting and he's probably not good to go. Like, are they going to go write articles about it to the rest of the time? Skylar Thompson can't go. What is this going to happen? What does this mean for the rest of Friday?
But not expecting him to get a ton of team stuff, and as a result, there'll be some opportunities for our newer guys to the team that are pretty excited for the opportunity.
Tyler Huntley in his grasp of the offense, and what have you guys asked of him since he's gotten here?
What have you asked of Tyler Huntley since he's gotten here? That's what the question was.
I'm feeling much more knowledgeable about exactly where he's at over the course of the last half week, and very, very encouraged. I think we, Chris and his staff in conjunction.
So I knew him more than I did a week ago. All right.
With the coaching staff, we targeted him for a reason, and it's a player that we're very familiar with from the opponent standpoint. And then we have a couple coaches that have been on staff with him, on the same team, with our defense coordinator being one of them. So what you're careful of, and not to misread it into it, what I don't like to do is when players are out on the NFL.
Speak really short answers. That is what I don't like to do.
Football field, and they have their name on the back of the jersey, and they're playing with their teammates. You want to make sure that you're doing right by them and not living in hope and not allowing them to execute what they train at in terms of being a quarterback. So I take that super serious. And it was bottom line in the event that Skylar went out for that game. I felt Tim would be more prudent at this point. I'm more comfortable him falling into where we went and targeted him for. We targeted him to be on the active roster there, and he's steadily working every day. And I can see.
We put him on the target. We're throwing darts. Whichever quarterback gets hit by the dart, that's the one. We put them both on a target. What is this? This is the part about people that think that analytics have taken over the game and all this other stuff. Like, what is this targeting the active roster? And when was that target set? Like, what if the rain falls tomorrow? And, like, why don't you just play him if he's good enough to play? What's this target nonsense? Yep, we're targeting you for January 23rd at 5:45 p.m. Is that okay with you, Tim?
See him gain the confidence of his teammates as well. So it's a cool process to be a part of. It's not easy, but nothing in this game is specifically for that position. So
it's a cool process to be part of, like, playing football and games and stuff like that. But, I really love the process of seeing what some nobody can do in my offense when I'm trying to win a game to save my job.
So you can tell he's cut from the right cloth, and the game isn't too big for him. So very encouraged with his progression.
Have you ever been in a position where you have added a quarterback, let's say 2 weeks ago, and then started him in a game? I'm thinking maybe Jimmy Garoppolo.
So Omar asked him if he's ever been in a situation where they just got a quarterback in and had to start him in the very next game or whatever. And the example Omar threw out there was Jimmy Garoppolo. Continuing this platitude that Mike McDaniel ever had that kind of decision to make at San Francisco.
Right. That's a fallacy. He never had that. He never was the coach.
Yeah, Shanahan walks into the room and he says, "You know what? Hey, you kid, you over there with the hat turned backwards and the pencil in your ear. What do you think we should do with Garoppolo this week? You think we should go ahead and get him on out there?" Well, yeah, coach.
Right. That's basically what he's
coach.
saying.
Sure. Unbelievable, man.
The questions. Wow.
Yeah, that was one. That was it actually.
And then he verified a falsehood.
And
that was one.
He just
verified. That was verified. He buried false witness.
He
verified a falsehood.
Lied. Verified propaganda.
Wow.
If I was a beat writer for the San Francisco 49ers today, that'd be the first thing I asked Shanahan. What the hell were you doing letting your running back coordinator make a decision on Jimmy Garoppolo? That's if I was a San Francisco beat writer, that's what I'd be asking.
Should be tuned into this. Yeah.
Wow.
From our staff then, but really all the guys that we've worked with in terms of play communication to the quarterback. Jimmy's first game was against Chicago on the road, and he
and we were all there, man. we were watching Shanahan, how he communicated everything to Garoppolo, you know, and then, yeah, even asked me what I thought, texted me on my phone and everything.
It might have been about that timeline, and so we went to a wristband system that we really we all kind of are steadfast to this day. So the that
what man system?
The wristband system. The hell is
Can you
that?
translate the jargon for us plebes, please, Mike McDaniel? We're not all football coaches here. Just what does that entail?
Something else. My goodness.
Please tell us, because obviously the 49ers run the same kind of emergency plan or whatever he's talking about. Do tell, Mike McDaniel, what is this? I didn't even understand the word you used. What do you think? Is it risk or wrist?
Risk, I guess. Damn.
that there's always challenges in the league, and sometimes they're they have to do with the player that touches the ball on every play, and you learn. For me, I got to learn. We were able to win a football game and won several after that with Jimmy that year, and you naturally reflect on, okay, how do you pull that off?
You signed Jimmy Garoppolo. Pretty simple.
Yeah, for starters, yeah.
You don't overthink it, Mike. You just sign Jimmy Garoppolo.
Yeah, you just sign him. Yeah. Don't go the Huntley route.
Jimmy
Don't
Garoppolo
go
that
the
won those
Hardison
games,
route.
not you.
Don't go to Boyle route. Just sign Garoppolo, right?
It was Jimmy Garoppolo and their team that won those games, not you.
Yeah, that Omar question was totally out of line.
AB, we had cap space for Jimmy when the choice should have been made. That's the point. He truly believes in Skyler. Y'all think I was joking. He truly believes in Skyler. Take that to what it means. I'm not trying to throw the thumb in the eye of the Skyler trolls. I'm saying, yo, strike 3 against McDaniel if he believes in him that much.
And you start to, it really puts into perspective the relationship that quarterbacks have with the team and the players that they're playing with, because you have to win football games like Jimmy did. Your team has to believe in you. Well, where does that come from? It's not all the reps that we've had throughout training camp. We weren't there.
So did he just say what I said all last week? In order to win a football game, your team has to believe in you?
Oh, yeah.
I wonder where he got. Well, thank you for watching my show, Mike. I appreciate you here. I'm glad that they uploaded your presser in delay so that you had time to come and listen to me after you gave it. Wow. Yeah, the team has to believe in you. And you're rocking Skylar Thompson. Obviously, they don't believe in Skylar. Yet you do. So guess who by proxy they now no longer believe in?
Right.
That simple.
There with him. There's a unspoken, I don't know, confidence and conviction that a person.
I mean, he said it earlier, Crypto. He said that what he's evaluating for the quarterbacks is how they all interact with each other and work as a team and all that. In other words, who's getting more high fives from Tyreek Hill? That's who he's going to choose.
Nah.
Somebody please. Yo, I'm telling you, there is a not less than 1% chance that even if we win on Monday, that this guy's fired on Tuesday. There's a not less than 1% chance of that. And I'll stand by that.
He may have already been told, Culler.
I considering how people have thought he's looked lately, the disheveled look that we've seen for the past couple days.
He said you got to the Monday night
murmurings, the murmurings of possible
placements in
slander
house.
to begin.
He'll get his whatever 20 million or whatever parting ways. Sunday goes down. If Monday goes down the flame, he would have already been told.
That's right, Manolo. Per your and I's conversation from yesterday in chat. Yep. Values collaboration over performance. Isn't that what Stephen Ross told us that they value? As to the reason why he fired Brian Flores?
Yep,
he literally used that word. He literally used that word. That Flores was not willing to collaborate.
Yeah.
I mean, it doesn't always have a negative connotation, but most of the time when somebody chooses the word collaborate, it means something negative. And in our case, it wouldn't be collaborating with the enemy. It would be collaborating as in cheating. Or let's say scamming the season ticket holders. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Nobody pays me. Nobody says, Culler, you can't say that. Oh, yes, I can. There ain't nobody from the Dolphins organization threatening me outside my door right now.
Person has to have where guys believe that regardless of how long they've played with him, that they have the components to do what each and every one of them need him to do, really. So, because the quarterback, there's no player on the team that player doesn't touch, that you have to have. I mean, indirectly or directly, your special teams and defense are playing for that guy. Everybody, whether you're a runner or an offensive lineman, trying to come off on the right snap count, or you're a skill position trying to get a pass target, all of these things, everyone's job, they're depending on that person doing their job.
You don't say. I wonder where I've heard that before.
All right.
So we can sit here and be like, it's a team game. Every time we're losing an argument. Okay.
Yeah.
But you heard it right from the horse's mouth just now. Who's the most important? Who affects the game more than any other player on the field? Now I know he watches my show.
Oh, yeah.
Or he's spouting off basic football knowledge. Platitudes, if you will. But again, McD, what do I know?
Job so that when you see people with conviction get the back of quarterbacks, especially new ones, I've seen a lot of teammates really gravitate to not only.
The other thing is, he just told us that he is in agreement that quarterback is the most important player on the field. Right?
Yep.
He also told us that even though it's a 1% chance, you plan, if you're expecting to win a Super Bowl, you plan for the 1% chance, which is why our punter can kick both ways and replace Jason Sanders if he needs to. Remember when I roasted him for that last week? Well, here's the
Right.
second part. Here's the sequel. Quarterback is the most important player on the team. Touches the ball more than anybody else. Does he touch it more than Jason Sanders?
Mm-hmm.
Does he touch it more than Jake Bailey?
Way more.
Yet here we are teaching in the fourth game of a Super Bowl run. We're teaching two quarterbacks our system and basically having a quarterback competition for two scrubs that no other team wanted to put on more than their practice squad, including us. I mean, I'm just stating facts here. It's not like I'm upset about it or anything. I'm having a great day. I just want to make sure I'm understanding this clearly. So anybody that wants to talk about it's a cap issue, we didn't have the money. Seriously? The most important position on the field. And we didn't have the money for that. They actually thought Tua was safe from any further injury. They actually thought that.
Yeah, that's a telltale.
We're not just talking about spinning stuff and whatever. No. They're that dumb. Pure incompetence. And if anybody disagrees with me, I would appeal to the thousands, if not tens of thousands of fans that love Tua, that hate Tua, that don't care about Tua. All of them were in agreement that we couldn't risk having a nobody backing up Tua. All of those tens of thousands of people are dumber than this man standing at the podium right here. But what do I know?
Yeah.
But you can't make the quarterback room good, Culler.
It's much easier.
Right. And I'll even ask that question on behalf of the tens of thousands of people that knew. What do they know?
Pretty legit to call somebody Snoop and then that'd be their name. So Snoop and Boyle, which is also cool. Not as cool Snoop in terms of names, but unless you're it's close to.
It's cool because it's somebody else's name, Mike. That's why Boyle's name isn't as cool. It's his real name.
Doyle rules from a movie reference, but Tim, like that's the thing. I don't think people like.
Why didn't you know what? Instead of trying to be equitable, which he's doing right here, because he didn't want to be caught thinking he was favoring Huntley by already calling him by a nickname. So he's trying to be equitable here. This is the definition of equity as opposed to equality. So now he rambles on about how Boyle's name is cool too. And trying to find some obscure movie reference for it. Why don't you just call the man by his name and give him the respect that his mama gives him? It might be a nickname, and that's all cool and all, but it's somebody else's nickname who's a way bigger star. Not only that, if I was McDaniel, and this is probably why I'll never be a football head coach standing at a podium, this is probably why Flores ended up getting fired, is because if I had that question asked me and I was a head coach in the situation we're in right now, I would have flat out told that reporter, you don't have no other better questions to ask than that. What makes you think that I'm going to answer a question like that when it'll show blatant favoritism to one player? Can somebody remove this guy from this press room? That's what I would have said. But that's just me. What do I know?
That there's also opportunity to really see people galvanized, and it was really cool to watch the teammates of Tim's and how he competed without blinking. And you know, I just have a lot of regard for guys that just jump into a situation that isn't for the faint of heart. And you're talking new language, and it takes some you know, self-confidence from within to be able to do that. And you know, I feel fortunate that you know, the guys that we've added are boldly attacking it, and not look.
You backed up a guy that was questioning his self-confidence in the mirror.
Yeah. Yeah.
I have never witnessed anything like this in my life, Crypto.
Yeah.
The constant contradictions.
Yeah, it says.
Within days of each other.
He said, mirror, mirror on the wall, who the fairest of them all? That's what Tua said.
Looking for any sort of excuse.
I'm sorry.
Move.
Just a real quick follow if I can. I appreciate that. You mentioned on Monday that you talked to some of the players. You were planning on talking to some of the players about the quarterback situation. I was just wondering what kind of feedback they've given you already on Snoop.
Just him in particular? You're just very interested in Snoop, or you like the name too?
Thank you.
No,
Thank you, McDaniel. Thank you. Credit due right there. Thank you, McDaniel. Excellent, excellent, excellent answer to that nonsense bullshit question. Pardon my French. In case you didn't catch that, he asked him another question about what the players thought about Snoop. And he says, yo, do you have some kind of fascination with Snoop? Like he's the only quarterback on our damn team? Excellent answer, McDaniel. Thank you. Finally.
Think you're always
he does have a
in
fascination.
How, you know, Chris and I are talking and
passion
projecting how we
burning.
think someone's going to fit within the locker room.
Let me play that again.
And so I don't
people kind of
opportunity to really see people galvanized. And it was really cool to watch the teammates of Tim's and how he.
So he answered a long drawn out question about Tyler and Boyle.
I just have a lot of regard.
And the guy followed him up with this question.
Jump into a situation.
And I love McDaniel's answer.
For the faint of heart. And you're talking new language, and it takes some.
Your own fault, though, McDaniel. You shouldn't have been,
self-confidence
being equitable in the first place.
Do that, and you know, I feel fortunate that you know, the guys that we've added are boldly attacking it.
Here you go,
and not looking for any sort of excuse.
Real quick, put it on pause, Culler.
Move.
All right.
The movie, the vague movie reference that he's quoting is Billy Madison, but it's not Boyle. It's they don't say the name isn't Boyle Rules. It's O'Doyle Rules.
Right.
O'Doyle. So he's saying it wrong. Like
I would have gone somewhere like, oh, he's a great poker player because his name sounds like Hoyle.
No, I wouldn't.
That would have been better. You know what I mean? Like, at least.
Well, boiler room. How about that?
It's like the Robbie Anderson, Robbie Chosen. It's like none of it makes you a better football player.
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying? Like, what the fuck are we even talking about?
Exactly. Why is the question even be? And how do we know he don't pronounce it boily?
Boile. Maybe it's
Or
French.
boile. Or boile.
Boile.
Or boule. Or something.
Buble.
I mean, he could drop full letters like and reverse them like Brett Favre does.
Damn, not Favre.
Favre. Not Favre. Favre. Anyway, so yeah, here's the answer real quick. I mean, he could have been more forward about it, but at least he gave it.
Real quick follow-up, if I can. I appreciate that. You mentioned on Monday that you talked to some of the players. You were planning on talking to some of the players about the quarterback situation. I was just wondering what kind of feedback they've given you already on Snoop.
Just him in particular? You're just very interested in Snoop, or you like the name too?
He's the new one.
No, I think
yeah, he was clowning him there. He was clowning the reporter there for asking the question. Like I just basically answered the same goddamn question, and all you care here is about Snoop. Go buy an album, bro.
You're always interested in how Chris and I are talking and projecting how we think someone's going to fit within the locker room. And so it's not overly weighted. You're just interested to see if your forecast is similar or the just early impressions.
Well, and there he just clarified too. It's not overly weighted. In case you guys think that all I'm looking at is Snoop, you're wrong. I don't think like the fans do.
And I think, I listen to the strongest statement that I think teammates can make. Asking them is nice, but I'm also the head coach, and generally players are not trying to overly plateau one way or another with their teammates because they're good guys and they love all of them. But
so I sit around, man, and I wait. I wrap up a big doob and I wait for the players to come around and be like, "Yo, coach, we can't play with this Boyle guy, but this Snoop character, bro, we got his back, man." Yo, that's how we're making decisions. Who gets the most fist bumps from Tyreek? That's what it's always been.
What I like to lean into is what I see through all sorts of nuances when 11 people play football. You can just tell is the best way that I can explain it when guys are believing in the signal caller to really go and do what we have to do. So
you'll feel it, man. You'll know it when you see it, bro. It's just a feeling, bro. When 11 guys are working together and it's just a well-oiled machine, that's when you know you've got your decision made. Bro, you ain't wise enough for that yet, McD. Yeah, I'm sorry, bro.
These practices are extremely important for me for that reason, because a lot of people are very much concerned. I think there's a lot of guys on the team that the last thing that they could care about is that only because so many people are trying to worry about their job themselves. And I think that's one thing that.
Oh, are they? Oh, are they? Is that what Alec Ingold was worrying about when he was standing up barking at the referee while the ball was getting snapped the other day? Is that focusing on his job? Just wondering, asking for a friend.
When you're in a football season and you have results that you didn't forecast necessarily on the front end, you can either find excuses or you can find solutions. And although all the players do very much care who the quarterback is on one hand, on the other hand, there's a lot of motivated people to try to do their part to make our football right. And when you're having results like we're having, it's very clear to everyone that it's not just one person. It's a collection of people. So we have.
Well, thank you for saying that. But at the same time, Mike, these guys have been practicing with Skyler for 3 years now or 2 years now. Like you didn't get any indication that they didn't want to play for him up until Sunday.
Well, Kyler,
All this time you couldn't tell that the players didn't show up for Skyler.
Well, yeah, Skyler too, limited in practice. But Culler, you know, I don't know if you heard this or not, but Tyler Huntley, Snoop, said in the locker room, it would be a childhood dream to start for the Dolphins.
Oh, he's giddy. You know, I saw him talking in the locker room. He's giddy. He's in Disney World, man.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's definitely the organization, Disney World. That's for sure.
And I saw that text you just sent me. You want to go ahead and report what that's saying?
Well, let me get the original article though.
Right on.
Go ahead and give me a second.
All right. Well, if you need a second, that gives us just enough time to tell everybody to hit the like button because we got live. We got breaking. We got news. In the meantime, while we're waiting on that news to show up.
Yeah, so basically and essentially, right, Bleacher Report reporting on a little bit of speculatory stuff, right, coming out of the Miami Herald, which, you know, Omar Kelly really spearheading this, talking about
Omar Shilley.
Yeah, they point out from today's interview, Coach Mike McDaniel thinks he knows how the QB battle between Tyler Huntley and Tim Boyle will play out, but he needs to see it happen in practice. Indicating, you know, some other things. Barry Jackson then saying the collective view in our Dolphins media room here in Miami Gardens is that Tyler Huntley is the favorite to start Monday unless the coaches don't like what they see in terms of grasping the offense, etc. over the next
Are they forming a new union? Is this the Associated Press of the Miami Dolphins now? Is that they're getting together and all coming up with agreeing on a narrative? All right.
I just want to point out even more so, right? Skylar Thompson, Boyle, Mike White, the dude from UTEP, all these people were in the quarterback room before Tyler Huntley a couple days ago. Okay. And that's now the front runner. Like, whether or not Huntley can win some games, and I think he can, right? Whether or not it's a limitation later down the line that presents itself to us about his game plan, you know, how he can play. And it doesn't work out. If Huntley lines up as the Dolphins, it's, you know, at the minimum, it's hard for the opposing team to game plan for. So I don't know, man. To me,
he's hard to
game
plan for anyway because the guy will just take off and run at a whim.
Yeah, but I'm just saying in a simple context too, right? Like, it's hard to game plan for a guy that you have zero tape on with this team. Right. That being said, and maybe I'm wrong, right? And I hope I'm wrong for Huntley's sake. But it's just another fucking gimmick, bro. That's all this really is. It's another gimmick. Outside of Tyler Huntley becoming the next Tom Brady for the Miami Dolphins, it's just a gimmick.
Yep. And it further inflames the fans to the point where they're begging for Tua back and forgetting all of the fact that he has played just the same way as the rest of them.
But again, it's just
Pete will be begging for Tua by week 6, bro. Pete himself will be begging for Tua.
Now, see, again, I'm exhausted, dude.
That's their game, bro. They are trying to get us to beg for Tua.
A lot to worry about in that.
Go ahead. Did you have something else?
Yeah, Culler. I mean, you're blowing my mind with your.
That's a deadly, unholy alliance that'll never work. it'll never work.
Yeah,
That's an unholy alliance. It won't work.
Yeah, if that happens, we got to put a stop to it.
Yes.
Yeah, like we got to, full blow up the Death Star resistance style.
Well, you see it already starting with them saying, "Oh, look how different the offense is now." Now do you understand how good Tua is? Omar tweeted that himself.
Of course he did, because we're measuring how good this offense is with Skylar fucking Thompson.
Yeah. You like that? You like them 4 touchdowns you got in 15 quarters? You better want
like
Tua
you're
back
13.7 points away a game. Like, what the fuck's he even talking about? This offense has been inept since going back to last year, much less what it's been with Tua in a two. Oh, I mean, what is this offense?
Bro, we've scored 4 touchdowns in 18 quarters, and only 3 of those quarters were played by Skylar Thompson.
Yeah.
Yeah, it certainly isn't Skylar Thompson's fault, and that's the thing. And again, they're serving up the measure to Tua with subpar things.
They're arguing on who that we should be grateful to have the tallest midget.
Yeah,
they're changing the argument.
Crypto, what do they call that in politics, bro?
They're gaslighting us
because that too. But what do they? They're
acting as if we were trying to. The argument is Tua better than fucking Skylar, because there's no argument there.
Right,
Tua is better than Skylar.
What do they call the object in politics, Cap? It's called lipstick on a pig.
Yeah, bro, it's bullshit.
Yeah,
Tua is a better quarterback.
Tua is lipstick on a pig.
10 out of 10 times, Tua's a better quarterback than Skylar. But that doesn't prove that Tua's the guy, because Skylar's definitely not, and that's where the narrative.
That's where they get it wrong. Yeah,
right. Yeah, because Boyle is definitely not. And
Huntley you mean Boyle, who's on his 4th team in 6 years?
And Huntley is going to be proven to be not again, and we're going to be begging for the lipstick. We're going to be begging for the lipstick to put on this pig.
Not me, bro. They might get beat, but they ain't
That's why I said it won't work. It's the unholy alliance.
Nah,
they might
Tua is lipstick, bro. Tua
might
is lipstick on a pig.
So you're saying Pete's going to transition?
I don't know. The team's going to transition.
Yeah, this team is certainly transitioning, all right, and that's been happening across this fan base, and y'all are to blame. All y'all to blame on why we got what we got in this fan base and this fucking football team. Sitting here the past 2.5 years telling me how great this quarterback is, that my eyes deceived me. And I'm fair. I'm objective. When he played good, I'm like, damn, he looked great. But ultimately, the number one major fear I had about Tua as a quarterback is whether or not he could cut it as a quarterback. And that doesn't mean can he throw, can he operate an offense, can he see defenses, can he do all that? No, it was simply put, can he take the fucking beating that is going to come his way? He's not even close to the type of quarterback that gets sacked all the time. He's not. I would say Ryan Tannehill's been sacked in 2 years more than Tua has his entire career as a Dolphin. Okay? So, that's the fucking problem. Y'all think that I'm saying Tua isn't a good football player or a good quarterback. That's not what I'm saying. Just like I'm not saying that I said Skylar is better than Tua. That's a lie. What I'm saying is Tua doesn't have the physical attributes to last as a NFL
all those
athlete.
Spoiled Bama fans, bro, who watched him perform. They don't see any levels between the two. You're either calling him
these
trash.
These guys played 2 years in college.
Wait, you're either calling him trash or you're calling him the greatest quarterback to ever live.
Well, I can't help it that my fan base is now infiltrated by a bunch of fucking toothless, dumb fucking idiots from Alabama that don't know fuck all about nothing.
Alabama,
most backwater fucking state in the whole nation. Every day of the week, everybody's like, yeah, you're from Alabama. And I'm not trying to say Alabama ain't got its qualities, right? But everyone and their mother makes fun of that state, yet now they know football. Fuck out of here with your dumb ass.
Man, don't ever rain in Capstown, man. Jesus.
Fuck no. Did you catch these hands, dog?
Who's the only starting Alabama quarterback this week going into this week's game?
Who's the
I'm just
only
curious.
quarterback that you could say was successful out of Alabama in the past 30 years?
Joe Namath, probably, right?
No, Joe Namath
That's
was
50
longer.
years.
That was 50 years. In the last 30 years, name me a successful Alabama quarterback. Because I got one.
Damn.
The only one that's been to a
Ty
playoff game?
Detmer.
I'm going to tell you one that's had a successful
Ty Detmer.
NFL career. AJ McCarron. AJ McCarron has been hands down, the most successful. And look at
And
what
you know why?
AJ
Because he
McCarron
knew his
accomplished.
place. Because he knew how good he was, and how not good he was. He knew his place, and he made a career. He made a niche out of it.
He was the original. Original. Fuck, he even played after. He was a fucking. Yale has the same thing. They got one quarterback in the last 30 years, and that's Fitzpatrick, and now fucking him. Wait, Fitzpatrick went to Yale, or did he go to Harvard? I think he went to Harvard. I don't know. Whatever. That's the deal. Football program, Alabama, churning out athletes like a motherfucker, but can't get a quarterback to stick. Can't get any of them to stick. And it's always the same thing. They can't cut it. The game is too fast. They can't take the beating. They don't have the arm strength. All of the limitations. You know why? Because when you're surrounded by 5-star athletes, three or four guys deep in every position of 5-star athletes, it's pretty easy to make somebody else look good. And they're like, well, they're making those throws. Yeah, well, he's also got time in the pocket like you're never going to get in the NFL. He's also going against Ball State and fucking Lafayette and shit like that, where these schools give them all they got.
They're Alabama open.
Yeah, they give them all they got, but let's not act like they're in a completely separate class. The NFL, from the worst team to the best team, is much closer. You know what I'm saying? Much closer. So I don't want to hear it. They don't know what they're talking about. Fuck out of here.
I agree.
They had 5 wide receivers that got drafted in the first round of.
And I don't know why the whole state of Alabama had to take shrapnel from me. My fault, Alabama. I'm just talking about you. Because you know what? There is Auburn fans. Listen, there is Auburn fans that I don't see act like this. I don't see Auburn fans act like this. It's just these Alabama fans that are fucking dirt. Dude, their shit don't stink. They're everything that they fucking hate.
Yeah, they're the Patriot. They're the Patriot fans of college football.
They're literally everything they hate, right? They're literally everything they hate. They're the most hypocritical fan base I've ever seen in my life.
All right, let's see what else McD has to say in this hurricane of a press conference.
A lot of guys will be worried about their jobs, and along the way, I'll be able to observe natural interactions with teammates, and we'll do our best to absolutely, regardless, right, wrong, or indifferent, as every decision that I make is always willing to work to the end of the earth to try to do the best. But I have no, you also know what the job is, and that you just have to make your best educated decision. And fortunately, there's a lot of people that will be seizing the day today, and I'll get a lot of information out of that.
He just admitted we're in evaluation mode now. That they're having to motivate players by dangling their future over their head. We're in full tank. He's evaluating who's going to be able to carry through the tank. His job has now turned into which players are worthy enough to be kept. That's did I hear that wrong? I mean, may not have said it, but he's evaluating every player to see how they interact with their teammates, to, this and that and the other. He's building a new team.
Look, CB83 doesn't seem to understand. CB83 doesn't seem to understand. He goes, he's in TD83 saying in chat, he's like, That's like saying Miami Hurricanes haven't had a successful blah 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 QB blah blah blah. He goes, how many has Wyoming put out? Blah blah. Again,
wait a minute. Wait, I can name you 3 Hurricanes right off the bat that had more than 15-year careers.
I can think of
Ernie
2.
Kosar, Vinny Testaverde, Jim Kelly.
Jim Kelly. Yeah, I can think of Testaverde and Jim Kelly right away. But
and then I can think of a myriad of them that are like the AJ McCarron types, like Steve Walsh, like what are we talking about?
Here's the point, though. Alabama, and the reason their fans think they know football better than everybody, is because their team is stacked top to bottom for years now. They were like that for a long time. The most stable recruiting stream of fucking high 5-star athletes I've ever seen in my life they pulled off. So their fans have this unrealistic view of what football is and how it can be done. It's why you see these fans are like, well, why aren't they fucking they didn't get every best offensive lineman in the world? We need 10,000 weapons. Why don't we have the number 1 running back and 3 number 1 wide receivers? Like, it's like it doesn't work like that. And if I got to explain how it works different from the college to NFL for some of the slow people in the audience, I can't teach you. You're just going to have to fucking learn it on your own time. Because if you can't see the difference between Wyoming football and Alabama football and which program has a head start, then you're simple. If you don't understand the difference of an Alabama program versus a Wyoming program to when they get to the NFL, where a fucking Panthers program and a Chiefs program, how much different it is, then you're simple, and I can't help you. You're not too smart. I'll give you a great, for instance. Panthers looked like the shittiest team I've ever seen in my life. Red Rocket came in there and changed the whole fucking thing around. You know why? One player, motherfucking quarterback.
Ability at quarterback.
Motherfucking quarterback. It's why they're the highest paid, most sought after. Most teams fucking tank and trade off everything they got to get enough first round draft picks together to fucking trade for the number 1 pick if they didn't get it. Like, it's a mad dash to elite talent at the quarterback position. And when you settle and go backwards and go, well, he has all these elite qualities. Granted, he's slow. Granted, he's, you don't have physically what we would like, but we could work around. If you're working around your fucking quarterback, you're losing. If you have to have specifically designed systematic offenses for your quarterback, so specific that any other motherfucker that comes in here can't operate it, you're going to lose. You're going to lose.
Just because your quarterback scrambles around doesn't mean your offensive line has elite play. Those offensive line play is look elite because the quarterback has built mobile ability, giving them an average of 8 to 10 seconds to throw the football. So apparently your offensive line is going to look good if your quarterback is running around for 8 seconds at a time.
Exactly.
Right? The nonsense about the Kansas City Chiefs elite offensive line is a fallacy.
The further apart your pocket time is from your total time to throw, the more mobile a quarterback you are.
Right.
I mean, look, again.
I mean, if you're rocking
in the first 3 weeks of football,
if you're rocking a 2.4 second pocket time and your time to throw is 3.3 seconds, you're running around and getting out of the pocket and making things happen.
I want to just point out
because the average is only 0.2 of a second difference from the first ranked team to the damn near the 19th ranked team. They're only separated by hundreds of tenths of a second.
Yeah,
it's why and this is now changing in college football. You're not going to be able to get anywhere unless you've got a quarterback, right? Because Miami Hurricanes would not be the team that they are now if Cam Ward wasn't here, and now that he is, look at what they are now. And look at FSU. Quarterback sucks. Program is dead in the water. Again,
that program, that whole school is on life support.
That school
They'll
is
be out of business in 3 weeks.
Dude, they got kids that are in economics classes that are transferring out of that fucking school right now. It's so embarrassing, bro.
Yeah,
They got
Florida State. Yeah,
kids.
they're done. They're toast.
They're cooked. They're cooked. And this was ultimately my biggest fear with Tua Tagovailoa at the helm for the Miami Dolphins. My biggest fear with us going full tilt in this direction with not riding the 5th year and taking a fucking extension out on the quarterback. And you could say what you want, but the team in the back of their mind knew it. They worried about it too. Every year, other than last year in offseason, they looked for another quarterback every single year. Then they didn't, and then they extended him. And these Tua fans, these fucking dumb people that don't know football, they're like, oh, see what I tell you, he is him. That's him. I love my boo. Fucking butthole. Never mind. Let me just hold down, bro. Let me hold up. Hold on. These motherfuckers, right? And yet the Dolphins in the back of their mind knew. That's why there's an out. That's why there's a fucking clause that they can get out this year at the end of this year. They knew. They're worried about it. They're worried about it. That's what it is. And to me, the only thing that Tua has brought to this, because he hasn't brought us stability. That's a lie. If you think he's brought us stability around here, I would say since drafting him,
us a lot of stability.
Since fucking drafting him,
we got a lot of stability.
Since drafting this guy, they have fucking fired
He's given us the most stability since Dan Marino. Cap, what do you mean? He's given us the most stability since Dan Marino.
That's what they say, Crypto. That's what they say. Most stability since Dan Marino. I heard that same shit when we had Tannehill. I know that. I heard him say, this is the best quarterback since Dan Marino.
That's the tallest midget argument again.
This stability that he brought to us, seen us fire a head coach, I don't even know how many offensive coordinators, injuries, quarterback controversies. We've lost draft picks trying to get a replacement for him. How is anything? Look at where we sit today, talking about Snoop Huntley finna save these Dolphins. That's motherfucking stability. Go fuck yourself, you goddamn idiots. Get the fuck out of here, bro. I can't help you. You're stupid. You're a dummy. You don't want to listen and live in reality. You want to fucking be in rainbow unicorn land with the rest of them that dress like that. That's what you want to do and be. And I can't help you. I can't help you.
Yep.
The only thing you could do is stick around here long enough with the Fins tailgate and the fucking boys and the content we're doing here, and maybe you'll grow up. Maybe you'll fucking get a set. Maybe you'll grow a set, bro. Stick around. I'll help you out, Dow. Stick around, dog. I'll help you out.
I mean, I get
Michael K in the chat.
Who? What?
Michael K in the chat talking about somebody, a quarterback in an armpit of America's team.
Talking about
armpit of America's team. That's what Michael K is talking about.
I don't know, but William is like, but Cap, whose fault it is? It's not Tua's fault that the organization paid him too early and too much.
It's not. You're right.
It's not. But he is the crux. Believe me, to me, and they want to go. It's Mike McDaniel's fault. I want to say it's Greer's fault
for pressuring the organization to pay him.
Well, hold on a second, because the sycophants are it, but they say it's Mike McDaniel. They say it's Tua's fault. They say it's Greer's fault. Crypto's right. It's the sycophants' fault. And really, it's a master evil genius, gajillionaire, Dr. fucking Evil himself. Dr. Evil himself and Stephen Ross. That's whose fault it is. And all of the fault of the Dolphin fans that still today say things like, well, at least he's better than these other owners because he spends money. That is the fucking.
They all have the same salary cap.
Culler,
and all of them are at the end of their salary cap.
Every single team has next to $0 in salary cap. If you took the 3-year sample size of what a team spends on its roster, They're all within a couple of million from
Right,
each other.
right.
It's no one spending any lesser anymore. So what does he purchase for us? Nice facilities, a fucking slide, a racetrack, a new stadium that we're paying out the fucking ass for because he didn't keep ticket prices the same. They've been sky motherfucking high. Everything's expensive. He didn't fucking make things right by spending money. He takes money to make money. That's what he did. Takes money to make money. And now he's making money off us. So it's y'all's fault for thinking that this fucking guy, this Stephen Ross, is a good dude. Because every time this team seems to have any sort of real football identity, any real, like, actual small building blocks that it's going to take to actually have a real foundation, to have real systems that you're going to draft and grow homegrown and building blocks to a fucking dominant franchise, that shit gets scrapped instantly. The second we have anything that looks okay, it's insert high price free agents and bullshit and propaganda to beat the dog shit out of the dredges of the NFL and sell hope and bullshit to this fan base to cuck you again. It is the fans' fault. It is this fucking Dr. Evil Stephen Ross's fault. And that's where we land. And we ain't going to get nowhere until we
since it's his toy, Stephen Ross is the number one fan, is he not?
I mean, technically, yeah, but is he?
I mean, in other words, if we're blaming the fans, let's blame the number one fan. He obviously agrees with all these sycophants, dude.
Chuck E. Cheese slide for the players. It lands in the ball pit, though. At least the ball pit, and they pay a guy handsomely to sterilize and clean the ball.
The number one fan color. What do you say? I missed that part.
Ross is by default the number one fan.
No, he's not, Culler, because he's not a fan of football. He's not a fan of football. He's not a fan of the Dolphins.
Maybe he's not a fan of football, but he's a
fan
of
his side chick.
No, he's not, Culler. He's a fan of money. The Miami Dolphins and football is a means, bro. It's a means to an end,
but
and the end
I'm a
is
fan
ends.
of everything I own. Everything I own, I'm the number one fan of. I'm just saying.
I don't know about that, Culler. Lots of people drive cars that they're not fucking fans of. They're like, this is a piece of shit.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying? If every time I sat down in that car, it started raining fucking money on me, I would love that piece of shit. And that's how he feels about the Dolphins. If every time I fucking, washed my car,
that car's
it made me
lemon.
more money. Every time I washed that car, it made me more money. And that car broke down every 3.5 to 7 years. I would still keep that car forever because he just spit shining it up and it makes you more. That's all this is.
Right, motor honey. Right.
We ain't nothing but a fucking.
Our team is a car full of motor honey.
You saying this is a 7-year lemon? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah,
I thought they had anti-lemon laws in Florida.
No.
It's motor honey, man.
Yeah, they put motor honey in the thing and it'll run like a son of a bitch for 30 days until you got to walk from wherever you broke down from.
No, yeah.
No, we're on a 3. Listen, we did the exercise.
7-year lemon.
Did someone put it in chat of the exercise we did the other day? The Miami Dolphins today is worth $7.1 billion. The New England Patriots, a team that isn't a city, a team that is a regional team. Like New England's it's a region. So they got Massachusetts, Maine, Boston. They got all the Rhode Island. They got all these people in that area that claim that, right? That team is worth 7.96. Essentially, the Miami Dolphins are only $800 million less in worth than the New England Patriots, a team that has 6 Super Bowls in recent memory. That is, again, he is putting on an absolute masterclass of how to fucking make shit rich. He has come in here and bought low and
because he has a fan base of people that's willing to sell out on a nothing that they see of value.
No, Crypto. He's a fucking real estate mogul, and he does what he's always done. He comes in.
Yeah, but it's all the revenue coming actually from the Dolphins, and not other side business that he's siphoning
No. That's
off
just
of.
the Dolphins. That's just Miami and the team and everything. Estimated 7.1 million. That's not all the other shit he's got going on. Fucking buildings and fucking international bullshit. All that. My point is that money he's making, he has figured out how to be on par within an earshot of the New England Patriots with 6 Super Bowls. Meanwhile, he hasn't won a single fucking playoff game. That is an absolute masterclass. Every NFL
sounds like a Ponzi
owner,
scheme.
It's absolutely. I've been calling it a Ponzi scheme for a minute. I've been calling it a Ponzi scheme for a little while now. I'm telling you,
well,
bro,
that's what that spells out to me.
It's amazing what he's done. And you know what? I blame us fans for allowing it to perpetrate. We allowed this New Yorker, and I don't ain't got nothing against people from New York. I only say New Yorker, right? Because he also claims New York. He claims fucking Gainesville. He claims New York. He claims fucking Michigan. Well, you know what he definitely is? We allowed this outsider. He's an outsider to come in and sell us that he was going to make the neighborhood better. Meanwhile, all he did was fucking gentrify the neighborhood, and now none of us can live there no more. And he's continuing to fucking stack up the dollars to where, here.
I call him a fly-by-night owner. That's what he is. He's a fly-by-night owner.
No way, he ain't flying by night. He's staying in here. He's got his hook so deep into this fucking shit.
Swoops in, and then he's a fly-by-night owner. That's what he is.
G's saying
he doesn't care.
We've been bamboozled, buddy.
Well,
we've been bamboozled. It's like you know what we are now? Us here at the Fins tailgate, because there's not enough. There's to my understanding, there's no other creators on any platform talking about what we're talking about when it comes to Stephen Ross. There's nobody willing to really look and see what it is. And I want to get on big screen here because I want to say what we are here. We are the fucking Goonies. We're the Goonies trying to stop the rich folk from taking our fucking town, bro. We gotta go find the lost ship of fucking one-eyed Willie to go fucking find some treasure to save this bitch. Like, that's what we are now. That's who this fan base of us, that the diehards that subscribe, the diehards that become members, and shout out to all the members. They're the only people that give the absolute lifeblood day in and day out. But that's what we are now, bro. We're the fucking Goonies. We are the Goonies, and they are the rich developer. Powerful. They're politicians.
Damn.
That's what Stephen Ross has done to us.
Well, Cap, I got this quick question then. Who's going to be playing the tuba and saxophone while the Titanic sinks? Who's going to be playing those instruments while the Titanic sinks?
I'm thinking this is a new segment we should add to Thursday afternoons on Afternoon Color Commentary. We should have a segment called Daddy's Home. And we'll have El Capitan pop in and just start going off.
If I can, usually we have football.
We've already struck that iceberg.
That's why it'll be segmented. That's why it'll be segmented.
Because it's going to be. I'm gonna come in hot. I'm coming in hot.
We've already hit the iceberg. Goddammit, it's going down. Goddammit.
What's up, Shake?
People are drowning in the boiler room right now.
By the way, a guy who's willing to spend money isn't an owner. He's a sugar daddy. And remember. He don't give his sugar babies a ring.
That's right.
Just toys.
Oh, that's right. That's right, Shake. Thank you, Shake. I remember that take from way back when he had. We ain't nothing but a side bitch. This whole organization and all these fans, we ain't nothing but the side bitch, dog.
The side piece on the side.
She's gonna take us on vacation. We're gonna go check out the F1 races. We're gonna we're gonna see some tennis. You're gonna make us feel like we, highfalutin and shit, But you're gonna go home to the wife while we're staying in the fucking the hideaway hotel. You know what I'm saying? That's what the Miami Dolphins fans are.
And listen, he got his main bitch a ring, Michigan.
That's right.
He did.
His first love, his wife, got the ring, and we get fuck. Not only
Damn.
did they get the ring, they got the ring last year, and now this motherfucker is completely
Oh, damn.
disinterested in football altogether because his boo, his love, Jim Harbaugh, who the Dolphins we know wanted him all the fucking time. Bring him here, bring him here, bring him here. Myself included. I was like, bring him here. I don't care. Do something. Give me some stability. Fine, bring him. Fuck it.
Shit.
He didn't come here. He doesn't want to fucking work for Stephen Ross because Stephen Ross is meddling with this team. He don't know fucking football. He don't know how to win. He's just a money bitch. They're playing.
Sal said it right. I mean, Sal said it right. He said he's a carpetbagger. That's exactly what he is.
He's a fucking carpetbagger, bro. He's a fucking carpetbagger. He's a carpetbagger, and
that sums it up,
we're
bro.
the dummies. We're the dumbasses that fell for it. All right, boys, I got to run. I got to go to football practice. I got to get ready. I'll see you guys.
All right.
Later.
You guys can get a win before we get a win this week, man.
Yeah, no doubt.
Hold on, Culler. I got the win over here. I misheard you. Did you say he's a carpetbagger or a carpet muncher? Which one?
Carpet. Right.
Oh man.
What does all this have to do with the price of beer in Germany? Well, nothing, because we can't even win there either. So
I know exactly. We fail to win there too. We can't get a slit small liquor or some Hefeweizen.
How you doing today, Shake?
I'm doing wonderful, man. I had a little internet trouble, but I'm back now.
Awesome. Right on. All right, let's see what this buffoon has left to say.
Is that one name? Armstead, talking to him, he's feeling better in the protocol, and I make sure anyone that enters into that, same with Fuller, is that they know on the front end from me that I'm not projecting or worried about the timeline because of the literal science that I've learned that I think that's important to come from me. So that, guys have told me they're feeling better, what that means and where that's at. I intentionally don't concern myself with that, and we're still in the protocol. So we'll see. And then, he won't be able to practice today. But he is doing absolutely everything he can, for this opportunity. And he'll either be out there or it will be impossible because he's going to do everything he can. So him and we are rooting for his body, but we'll let his body work through it.
That question was about David Long and his potential to play Monday night. The last part was, if you didn't hear it. And of course, Long wants to get on the field because it's Tennessee. The Armstead thing, like I hate these questions about the concussion protocol because, he's feeling better, of course. So you're just going to wait on. Do you wait on the protocol, or is part of the protocol the player deciding how long he wants to be in it? I mean, stop asking these questions if there aren't standardized answers for them, man. I hate this. Oh, I don't really know. I'm waiting on them to tell me. Yeah, no kidding. I mean, he's a lineman. What? I know they get hit in the head and all, but dang, man. And you know what? I'm going to call it out. I'm not even going to play this game. The dude is hurt every single time Tua is. Let's be real.
Well, obviously, you guys had a good look at him during training camp because Ron was not working, and you pretty much should have a good look at him during the practice week. How ready is he to start an NFL game? And you said you didn't want to put him in adverse situations. Seattle, obviously, with the crowd noise, must have been an adverse situation, but now it's a home game. Mm-hmm. Is that a possibility that he could be out there?
No, and I'm feeling good about his readiness and ability to play NFL football in the regular season. What ready means is that I
would hope so. They are NFL players.
he can be counted on for his assignments, and he's steadily progressed in his technique and fundamentals. So then you have the actual NFL game, which is a whole nother process, because it's not if but when you have a snap that you don't like, and realistically been just making sure that, you know, our coaches do a great job of knowing where rookies are, what amount of pressure they need to feel on a daily basis, and in that way are a little more I don't want to say aggressive, but like you try to put pressure on guys so that they don't know football without it, so they don't get in a cruise control situation. I think he's responded well, so I'm feeling good about his development, and you know, I think his chance to play NFL football is coming soon. I just don't know how soon. He's got to tell me that, you know, today, and where he's at today, and we'll move forward with that. But I've been very happy with his progression, fully knowing that, you know, there's different things to attack on the horizon when you step on that football field. He knows that too.
Like the other day, you said, I think that as Skyler progresses, I think that leaves variables more vague. What did you mean by that?
It's very easy to say that Skyler's not playing if he's unable to play, I guess is what like it's a different scenario forecasting complete unavailability to, okay, well,
yeah, man, because, you know, if it's raining outside, it's a lot easier to tell you it's raining outside.
Now you're assessing, all right, when he's able to get the reps and how much he's going to get, and what type of situation you're putting in the whole team and the other guys if you put them in. So it's more of a decision to make, and so there's more variables in that. It's less of a decision when you remove a person, and that's high level math right there. That's all. It's not.
Help me, guys. I don't do high level.
I'm going to get wet. Color. I'm going to get wet when it rains outside. It's really easy for me to tell you that.
I don't do high level math, in case anybody wants to help me with what the hell he just said.
I wasn't even paying attention. I was dozing off.
It's not. You just have to. You have to take into account several factors that you know, may or may not change your ultimate decision. You know, it's just you have to account for it. It makes it a different type of problem to solve. Where when guys, you know, it's like the hardest thing for football players is when they're
the hardest thing for you to do seems to be speaking
unavailable, but when they're unavailable, the picture of what you could do is a little clearer. That doesn't mean it's not going to be the same thing. It just means you have to evaluate that, and not, you know, my business is not to say the grass is greener all the time. My business is to assess what's going on, attribute the issues, and, you know, where it might seem, I mean, if
first step, McDaniel, identify the problem. You seem to not have been able to identify the problem. That is the first step, not all this other word salad you're using.
You know, if I would have thought that Skylar Thompson would and the offense would have scored 3 points last Sunday, I probably would have changed the players, the scheme, the everybody. You know, maybe I would have had you call plays. I don't know. But that you're trying to do. Listen, I don't take any of the decisions lightly at all. It's never as clear as the surface, and just the surface value. You know, I said that on what was that day? Monday, and sure enough, I have a lot more information on Wednesday. You know, so the picture's clear to me, and you know, I'm excited for
the picture is you didn't put Skyler in the best position for him to succeed. That's what you just said there. That you still believe in him, and that it was you that didn't put him in the correct position to succeed.
Like
did
missionary.
I misread that? Did I mishear that?
I like how you took a dig at the reporter, or maybe you should have been calling the plays.
Right. The problem McDaniel has with taking that dig is I agree with him.
Hey, listen, look. I would like for you to do, if you can. This is right. I want you to bring up after this. I want you to bring up an Anthony Weaver press conference so we could compare and contrast why his defense is running smoothly, how clear and concise his answers are versus this guy.
Oh, I'd love to do that. I'd love to do that. I probably have just about enough time to squeeze that in, Left Shake. This one's got a couple seconds left on it. I'm gonna finish this one out, and then if you would be so kind to reset us, because it'll probably be right at the 3-hour mark. That will give me a chance to go finish stirring my chocolate milk to get it back to my desk.
Okay, cool. I'm gonna get on my computer right now.
Oh, right on. I mean, you pretty much know what to say. You know, you probably could do it from your phone.
I know, but it's easier.
Right on.
The moment that there's supreme clarity, I just don't chase that for the sake of, all right, I want it off my plate. You know, generally the easiest thing is not the path that I choose. That doesn't mean the results are always awesome, but that's literally what I signed up for. So
that's not a good thing, Daniel. That's not a good quality. Did you hear what he just said? Let's play it again.
Clear to me, and I'm excited for the moment that there's supreme clarity. I just don't chase that for the sake of, all right, I want it off my plate. You know, generally the easiest thing is not the path that I choose.
Why not?
Yeah, that's a good question. Why not choose the easiest path? Why are you trying to make it difficult? He just admitted he's making it difficult for his
He
backup
basically
quarterback.
said he doesn't prioritize cleaning stuff off his plate, and he generally is not the guy that likes to take the easy path. Why?
When you know you got a backup quarterback in position.
I guess so you can, challenge yourself with that old adversity,
And that doesn't mean the results are always awesome, but that's literally what I signed up for. So bring it.
He signed up to make it hard.
Oh, wow. Did he really just say bring it?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, my gosh.
He would have bring it.
Do me a favor.
He signed up to be a difficult task. So that's what? Starting Monday night when you lose 46-0, then do that. I want to hear the press conference after that.
Do me a favor, people. I mean, I don't know how I can recover from that last statement. Could y'all do me a huge favor and hit that damn like button? It would make me feel a lot better. What's up, Nene? I see you in chat. Cap for life. Bones. F.U. Bones.
Yeah.
Hey, by the way,
Bones
real quick,
talking about he knows defense. Bones don't know shit.
By the way, real quick, I did it. Me and Crypto, we did an episode with Nene yesterday. It's airing tomorrow morning tonight at 3:00 in the morning, as always. And we talk about why she went to the Army. We talk about how she became a cook for Obama, and we talk about how her experiences as a paratrooper. So it's gonna be, not only is it a good pick'em episode, but it's also a great a learning show about Nene and the Army, of course.
Nene was telling us how she can be all she can be. Be all she can be. That's what she said. The Army.
I know, and she found her future.
The Army.
I wonder if she would have joined the Army if they'd have told her her future was being a Miami Dolphins fan, having to deal with Chris Greer.
Yeah, I know. Chris Greer was going to be the
I would have
first drill
joined the
sergeant.
Navy if I'd have knew it was if this was the cost.
Chris Greer was going to be your first drill instructor on duty. You had to report to duty. Chris Greer was. He had the brown. He was wearing the brown round. I can imagine Chris Greer as a drill instructor, but he will be what you call the good cop versus bad cop. He will be the good cop out of the 3 instructors. He was the one be planting the jelly donuts in your freaking foot locker while the other ones chew you out. That's what he'll be doing. Chris Greer will actually plant the jelly donut in the guy's foot locker. And the other one comes in to chew you out. That's Chris Greer for you. Yeah. Wow. Hey, Shake, you still there? Can you hear me?
Hold on.
I don't know, Shake.
I don't hear Shake, but hold on a second, Crypto. I got some.
Yeah. Give me a second. I'm setting up my computer.
Right on. I got a little tidbit coming from Barry Jackson on Twitter. Let's see if I can locate it. Cap just.
You're right, Nene. He's the Blue Falcon.
Barry Jackson. Where's he at? Barry Jackson. Let's see here. He says, tweets out, and one more thing today from Tyreek's always entertaining media sessions. Asked if he might need to demand the ball more. Quote, I've grown through that stage of my life. I've been talking to my therapist, and she said don't get into arguments on the sideline. I've let that side of me go, demanding the ball. End quote. And of course, Pam replied and said, I won't be mad if the cheetah demands the ball more. Gotta love Pam. So yeah, that's the latest from Tyreek. No more lean on me. No more of that. Lean on me. We'll do. Okay, we'll do it. We'll do it right. Cap's requesting that I do it right in chat. So here we go. Couple minute poll. It broke a minute ago, but it's still news. Tyreek Hill is saying that he has moved past the part of his life about of demanding the football. When asked if he thinks he should be demanding the football more, he said no. I moved on to that part of my life. My therapist says, who is a she, says that I should not be arguing on the sideline. So I am not going to be arguing on the sideline. All right. Good for Cheetah. And also, he's got a female therapist. That's awesome. I'm just saying that's awesome, man. I ain't insinuating nothing. I'm just saying that's awesome.
Yeah.
I've always wanted a female therapist, AKA, AKA side piece. Yeah. Oh, look, we got the real Shake coming
it's available.
In now. The other one was the fake Shake that Cricket puts out there. It's the real Shake now.
What's going on?
What's up, Shake?
Hey, what's up?
There was some guy with a cricket phone impersonating you a minute ago, bro.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
I could tell because it sounded like a mic from a phone.
Well, at least listen. He promoted the Insomnia show, which was important. So
I saw Lewis got himself a mic. Get moving up in the world. Now I just have to teach him how to position it right. Just kidding, man. I watched their show last night. By the way, Blitz Pickup. If you haven't gotten over to the Blitz Pickup and subscribe to their channel, they're putting out. Hey, it's very similar when it comes to they ain't afraid to talk business. They ain't afraid to talk what really needs to be talked. So I've been enjoying it. I had to turn it off during the Skyler film session, but that's okay. They're still doing it right. And I noticed that Lou had a new mic last night.
You got to elaborate on that Skyler film session, man.
I didn't watch it. I couldn't stomach it. But I noticed Lou had a new mic.
I'm a glutton for punishment at times. I can watch. I watched the first 3 weeks of football. It had to prepare me for the Skyler session.
But his mic kept going out, cutting out, and I think it's because Shake. I think he had, it's a mic that I think the heart shape comes out the side of the top instead of the very top. And
yeah, like mine comes out the side.
Right, and I think he had the side that it goes into facing the other way. So it was like every time he kind of just slightly move away, his voice would cut out. But I think he figured it out towards the end because it was more consistent. You know what I mean? But I'm gonna have to have him do a sound check with me backstage one day and be like, "Hey, move it over, spin it." You know what I mean? Looked like he needed to spin it, but that was just me. I mean, that's just what it looked like. So we'll get him tightened up over there, But they're improving day by day, bringing more, adding to their channel, keeping it going consistently. So,
Oh yeah, get over there and like and comment and subscribe.
And the content's good. Like the discussions they're having, they're having real discussions.
Make sure you give a subscription, a comment, and give Tony and Lewis a thumbs down.
They leave the pom-poms to the cheerleaders.
Yeah, I can only find one that was done. Anthony Weaver press conference 2 weeks ago.
Oh, I thought you just had one the other day.
I'm looking at
Hold on a second. Let me pull that up real quick, Shake. See what I can find. Man, there's a lot of people live today.
Yeah, it's a busy Thursday, man. Thursday football is on.
But the only people that matter are sitting right in front of you right now. So hit the like button, subscribe to the channel, and make sure that you're sharing this thing out so that everybody else knows we're live too. Get more people in the chat for you to talk to besides these Bills fans.
Maybe McDaniel's made him stop doing press conferences because he was making him look so bad.
Right. Oh, you're saying he's getting the Skyler treatment?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, you know what? You need to stay off the microphone.
Wow.
People know the difference.
2 weeks ago. Yeah, that's what I'm seeing too. You're right. 2 weeks ago. Hold on a second. Let me click the live link. Chris Greer meets with the media. Nobody wants to see that. McDaniel looks so cool with his walkie-talkie. Every one of these are McDaniel, bro.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my gosh. Yet Flores was the guy that wanted to muscle everybody out the building. Wow. You got to be kidding me. Let's see. Videos. We'll go.
Flores is a bully, man.
Example anyway.
He made that guy say, "Mirror, mirror on the wall, man. Who was the fairest of them all?" That's what he said.
So this is old, people. I want to be clear. It's 2 weeks old.
We're just doing compare and contrast.
Right. We want you to just pay attention to the way he speaks to the media in comparison to the head coach. Or I should say, in spite of the head coach.
Housekeeping thing, just because fans ask a lot about this, was Storm active ahead of Ethan Bonner because he had a better practice week last week?
Yeah, I think Storm's done a lot of things throughout camp that we kind of get excited about. So it's not necessarily anything that Ethan hasn't done. We have the utmost faith in him to go out there and execute for us at a high level. The Storm kid I think he's played himself into that role. So that was something that was certainly earned.
How would you assess how you guys played the second half on Sunday?
I mean, you don't give up any points. You're usually pretty happy about that. I was excited just to see what we've been talking about since day one come to life, right? We're constantly preaching, just like play the next play. Event plus response equals outcome, right? Control your response. And the guys did just that. We didn't flinch, regardless of what happened. I was preaching like every football game's a boxing match. It's not a UFC fight, right? It doesn't end after one takedown. So we took some punches early, got up off the mat, and threw a couple of our own. Unfortunately, the game was long enough. We were able to come back and win it.
Coach, I have several questions about Jalen Phillips, but I think I'll just narrow it down to the end of the game with a sack and just kind of, I guess, take us through what that meant for him to be out there and make that big play coming off of 10 months off an Achilles injury.
Yeah,
Pretty impressive.
How incredible is that, right? There were times like when I was in the league, when you think about an Achilles injury, you're like, oh man, like is he going to come back? Like how long is this going to take?
It's absolutely incredible.
Again, for him to come back, look how he did, be as impactful as he was, like just so incredibly impressed by him, the man he is. It's just his sheer fight. I saw it in his rehab, and then for him to come back out there and just have the production he did and play the way he did. I call him Mariano Rivera, right? He's the closer for us, and he did that in that game.
How did Jalen and Jalen come away with the snapshot limitations? Maybe going a little bit over what maybe the team projected, but now the quick turnaround also before Thursday.
Yeah, both of those guys, right? You can have a plan and set a number, but if we know anything about them, we know the competitive spirit in both of those two players is second to none. So when that game was tight, particularly in the fourth, there was no chance they weren't going to be in the game. So obviously we're a better defense when both of those guys are out there as they continue to play, to get rehab from injury and they start to feel better. Obviously snaps will increase, but just so excited about their role both as leaders and as players on this defense.
Going back to what happened.
And I like real quick, Culler. Number one, I like he's giving direct answers, and two, I even his analogies with the boxer was pretty much spot on.
Oh yeah. And here's the thing: he's still guarding his answers, but he can still give direct answers.
Yeah.
While guarding information. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Completely different, and he's not afraid to say, "Yeah, we did good here. Yeah, that guy." What an outstanding play. Phillips, what an outstanding training regimen to come back from that injury. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Like you can see the smile on his face, the pride in what he does and what he is and what we're working at on defense. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Completely different mannerisms. This is a football coach right here, ladies and gentlemen. This is a football coach.
Yep.
Police officers, Tyreek, Calais, John.
Yeah, he's got the characteristics.
What did you tell your players? What were those conversations like? And I guess what can you say to them in situations like that?
Truthfully, the day of, didn't quite know the severity of what had happened. I, in particular, was just very much locked in on the plan. Kind of got some whisperings through the locker room. But again, not really knowing exactly what had happened. So there weren't really a lot of discussions about it. Having now seen the video, obvious it's triggering for a number of reasons. But the one thing I do know is I know all parties involved on our end from my football family and just know who they are as men, right? And these, how my judgment and my feelings about them isn't formed through opinion. Right, it's formed through experience and daily interactions with them. So I have the utmost faith and belief in who they are as people and as men. It's an unfortunate incident. I know there's a lot of
and by the way,
people.
Culler, if he does become our next head coach, I just hope he doesn't walk around with a wife beater. Ross might get some bad flashbacks.
I know. I'm looking at him and Cam Ward as the QB head coach combination.
Right.
I'm already seeing a vision. Hurricanes with right there, man.
And I know we're just watching to evaluate him, his mannerisms and all that, but I have to applaud him for that answer. I couldn't have said it better myself. You know, bring the humanity back to people. You know, he spoke on the humanity of these guys, and that's the part that those cops just totally disregarded. You know what I mean? What a great answer.
Yeah, man. I can see him right now giving a pep talk to Cam Ward right now, man. I see it.
You're usually pretty happy about that.
Hashtag no wins for Ward.
Months off an Achilles injury.
Yeah,
Pretty impressive.
The day of, I have the utmost faith and belief in who they are as people in itself, and let it play it out.
Could you have ever envisioned the scenario in which Calais Campbell is in handcuffs?
Not the man of the year. Certainly not the man of the year. I'm actually surprised they had cuffs big enough for him.
I love it.
So, yeah, not in a million years would I've ever expected going into that game, that scenario to occur.
We heard Tyreek mention he heard the words of his uncle when everything was going on to put your hands on the steering wheel, follow their directions, listen to what they say. I'm curious, throughout your life, what conversations have you had with either elders or people in your life about how to interact with police?
Yeah, so my upbringing is unique, right? So it's not something I need to talk a whole lot about, but man, I'm gonna say this: it's unfortunate in this day and time, right? When I had two boys, and my wife is Mexican American, okay, and both the times that they were born and they were light skinned, there was almost a sense of relief in that they were going to have to avoid some of the, let's say, issues that I've had to deal with throughout my life. So it's unfortunate in this day and time in the world that still occurs. It's out there. I think the majority of people are good people, and shoot, I was raised Christian, man, and I have faith in the story because I know who the author is. So I have faith in this world and people in general. I like to give.
Notice how he said shoot and not shit.
Mm-hmm.
This is a high class individual right here, bro. I mean, just dead serious. Like, seriously, it's the first time I've listened to him speak, by the way. You're getting live reaction from Culler. First time I've actually sat down and listened to him speak at the podium.
That's why I recommended this, because I've heard him speak a couple of times.
Yeah, this dude is something powerful right here, man.
People the benefit of the doubt, and ultimately, I think good always prevails.
Coach, if I can go back to the game, tough transition, but the fourth down stop at the start of the fourth quarter, I guess what I want to know is the way you kind of communicated how pleased you were with the defense in the film review, because getting 11 guys on the wrong sides of the numbers to come back to the other side of the field and make that stop, I thought was a pretty cool moment.
Yeah. So, man, that play in particular, there's two plays obviously from our side of the ball that stand out, and to me just epitomize everything we've talked about since day one. Right? We walk in day one, we talk about uncommon effort. I mean, that fourth down stop, you talk about 11 guys, like just a band of brothers coming together and just hunting. And doing whatever it was going to take to bring that ball carrier down. That was on full
right down the line
there.
Of scrimmage, too. Every one of them.
Javon's play by the goal line, right? We chart shots on goal. We talk about how important it is to take the ball away, not offensively, them turning it over, taking it away. And he did just that. So I am so incredibly proud of the guys. Like, this game has been and always will be, in the words of Clarence Brooks, about the players, and they made those words come to light. So I'm glad they bought into what they're preaching, because we have all the talent in the world to get done what we need to get done, as long as we just take care of the steps along the journey.
Yeah, this dude's really good, man. This dude is really good. I'm.
He also differentiated even within the black community, how you get some preferential treatment. He was relieved that his kids were being biracial and lighter skin. That even within the thing,
and it was kind of
the lighter skin you are, the closer you are to white, the more likely you're gonna be treated differently.
Right, and it was really compelling to hear him admit, that him and his wife felt relief that way when both their kids came out lighter skinned. Like that, to have to feel that way is so wrong, man. You know what I mean?
Right,
Like,
because he feel that the prejudice that's going to be held against his kids won't be as
right.
strong if they were
Can you
darker shade.
imagine
That's
feeling that
basically
way
what he's
when your
saying.
kid's born? That you can't just be, you
Mm-hmm.
know what I mean? And I know the guy's
Yeah.
proud. I'm not saying there's any less pride, you know, but to
Right, he just saying he had
we
to put
have
up
we
with
have
less BS from the
right.
authorities
Remember what I was
because
saying
of his
earlier.
skin color.
Remember what I was saying earlier. We're pattern recognition machines, right? So the autonomic reaction of that relief coming over him was nothing he could control. You know what I mean? It's not his fault that that wave of relief came over him. It's wrong
Yeah, but
that our
see, it's already
society.
embedded in his subconscious.
Well, that's
It's
what
in
I'm
his
saying. That's
subconscious.
what I'm saying, Crypto.
Not
It's
that
wrong
was
that our
control
society
subconscious
has created an atmosphere where somebody has that autonomic feeling. You know what I mean? Like that,
Yeah,
man.
being relieved
And
that
it,
it's
but
this kid won't have to go
I
through as
100
much. They
respect.
still go through it in certain areas, but
Right.
what
But I'm
he
saying
feel
though
they
that I
won't go
have the
through as
utmost
much. That's what he was
respect.
feeling.
I have the utmost respect that he's willing to say that publicly and let people know that, you know, because a lot of people don't consider those nuances about everything like that. You know what I mean? Like, imagine if you were a white person, right?
gave
And you
nuance
married a lighter
shades of
skinned,
black.
let's say, Dominican person, right? And the kid came out darker than its mother. Imagine feeling a wave of relief over you because that didn't happen. You know what I mean? Like, that's just, man, that's so wrong, dude. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So wrong. I mean,
Yeah.
kids are precious, bro. They're just that, you know, they're our future, bro. I know that's so cliched, man. You know, but like, what do we have if we all died tomorrow? It's Lord of the Flies. Our kids are running the show. You know, I always often wondered why, like, you know, you go to the old castles, medieval castles in Europe, and all the armor they have on display is like 5 foot tall. And it's like, yeah, I know people were shorter back in the day, but you have to remember that after the Roman Empire fell, so many so many adults had died over the centuries that these people that were kings and princes and all these people, they were
young
kids.
kings. Yeah.
Every one of them were like 18 years old running the world. You know what I mean? It was like Lord of the Flies in medieval times. That's why all the armor was so short, because they're all 18-year-old kids.
They wasn't large at all.
Right. You know, and you know that so we gotta realize that, like, for a man to whose society has made him feel that way, there's something wrong with the society, bro. You know what I mean? It's not his fault. It's something wrong with the society. The fact that he, you know, like, woo, oh, okay. You know, they're going to be seen more as whatever. It's like, really? It's just a shame, man. I don't mean to harp on it. Just touch me a little. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's
whatever it
I
was,
picked up on that. What he said.
How early in your time with Mike McDaniel did you discuss how to stop Josh Allen?
Man, knowing what this game means to this organization, there are some things that really didn't need to be said. As soon as the schedule came out and you saw this game, particularly a Thursday night game, game 2, it's when you kind of circle. So it's a short week. Thursday games aren't easy for anybody, but this one's going to be a little bit easier for our guys because of who our opponent is. It won't require a lot of motivation from me. These guys will be jacked up to play and to show who we are in front of a nationally televised audience.
Well, I'd like to say he's full of shit there, because now we know the results from that game. But not his squad, not the people he was responsible for. You know what I mean? So he's not lying. You know, like,
well, it's always going to be
my
circled anyway.
My group was ready. We circled it. We knew what we had to do.
Well,
we
even if
showed
his
up.
group, right? Even if his group wasn't ready, it'd be them performing on the field at that point. they still was hyped up for the game, I'm sure.
Right. But I do like the answer too, in the respect that he's basically, he's kind of putting the reporter in his place there. He's saying, look, you think that there's some kind of like this is TV or something. No, bro, we get it. It's why the smile was on his face. We get it. We didn't have to talk about it. Everybody knows who Josh Allen is in this league.
Yeah.
What do you got to have to sit there and have a conversation for with Mike McDaniel for him to sit there and bloviate about Mike McDaniel? No, leave me alone. I know what we got to do. We all know what we got to do. And what is it that we had to do, Crypto? We had to show the frick up, man.
Well, Jerry, great late Jerry Stone say participate in the game. Don't spectate, participate.
Exactly.
Speaking of motivation and being jacked up, you still go into player mode when guys come off the sideline? you get a little, And how long does it take to calm back down to get back?
Yeah, so I try very hard to stay even keel, right?
He's been a defensive coordinator already. I don't know why a guy asked that.
When we got that fourth down stop, I did not. All right, I was yelling. Now here's where I made the mistake. My headset was still on. So my coaches that were in the booth, I'm pretty sure I blew their eardrums out with just my exuberance in that play. So, this as an ex-player, right? This is
you'll be all right. They had it clipped,
right? And
that thing was clipping. They didn't hear none of that.
Why did so and so play so long? Like, why did Brett Favre play forever? Because there's no.
They got the good equipment.
Other avenue.
Pretty sure it
clipped. You can get that feeling, right? If you're a basketball player,
right.
I can go play basketball. I can go play tennis as I age. I can play golf forever. I don't have 21 other friends where we can meet in a park and go play football. That ain't happening.
Nope.
Particularly with 80,000 people cheering for you. So now I live through these guys, right? I try to impart whatever wisdom and experience I have. And when they make plays, it's almost like watching your children make plays. I get that same feeling and joy out of it. So yeah, that excitement from when I was a player, it definitely comes.
It's like being able to play without having to do the physical work. It's kind of, that's got to be the pinnacle of someone's life, to be where he's at, where he played in the league. You did all the physical work. You had all that joy and excitement of winning and whatever else. And then you get to do it on the sideline, like he's saying, living through the players like they're his kids. But when they succeed, he gets to feel the same way he felt back in the day when he had to put the work in, but now he don't have to put the actual work in except up in his head. You know what I mean? And obviously he keeps himself up, so he puts work in, but I'm saying he don't have to actually go out there and, do the job, but he can still reap the enjoyment of the success. You know what I mean? That's, this dude is some serious high class, man. Look, for these people have said it. It's already been said once or twice. What's up, Pete? How you doing? You and Mr. Finisher. I see both of you. Mike K is still here. But somebody has already said it once or twice. What is the possibility that things changed when somebody like Stephen Ross had a talk with this guy? You know what I mean? Yeah, we say interim, but this could be another soft coup going on right here. You know what I mean? This could be another change out. This could be oh my God. We thought he was going to be a good DC, and we thought he was a high class individual, but damn. Not only does he have high work ethic and he's disciplined and all that, but he commands the respect of the players, and he's a nicer guy than Flores. Hey, McD, we're going to extend you, buddy. Oh my God, bro. Hey, for anybody that has conspiracy hypotheses out there thinking that this guy is going to be our coach and he was brought in here to replace Mike McDaniel, I do not blame you at all for that opinion whatsoever.
Forcing that ball out. That had to be very rewarding as a coach, because the way he did that so instinctively, it's got to go back to something that you guys preach in practice.
Yes, certainly proud of that. But that kid deserves all the credit. He has been the leader by far in our chart of shots on goals. So we had something like 1,266 shots on goals, I believe, in training camp. He may have had 1,100 of them. some of them while he was hurt on the sideline. So, man, I'm so incredibly proud of that kid. He is a stud both on and off the field, and just was excited to see him shine and be his brightest when the moment was there.
What is the shots on goal? What exactly is that?
Oh, so we always talk about, like, when our offense or even any opponent we played in the preseason or even in spring, as they were running by you, you had to take a shot at the ball. So a strip attempt. Now early on, like some of our guys they're getting upset because we're punching them and we're hitting them in the cut. But once they understood the big picture of why we were doing it, there was no flinch in them either. So
I didn't understand something I saw on the internet. There was a kick that.
So here we go. I have a theory. Stephen Ross told Chris Greer to keep Skylar Thompson so he could sabotage Mike McDaniel. There you go. You heard it here first.
I mean, bro, with what we've seen, Shake.
Yeah, there you go.
Like, with the craziness, that makes it less crazy, does it not? You know what I mean? Like,
we're gonna
use explanation as any, bro.
We're gonna not only we're gonna sabotage Mike McDaniel, but we're gonna sabotage him about we're gonna sabotage him with his own 7th round draft pick. There you go.
Exactly. Wow. I'm just saying, like, dang, man, I'm surprised nobody's been rattling the sabers sooner. Unreal.
By the way, nobody has to ask me about. I'm a part of this network, so nobody has to ask me, Pete.
What? Oh, Pete's still mad at you, Shake, from the other day?
Oh yeah.
All right. He'll get over it. It'll take about another month. You should invite him on your show. That'll make him feel better.
Well, listen, I learned from. Listen, I've been watching your film, Pete. I've been watching your film breakdown, so I learned from you. So, if anything, I appreciate the lessons that you've been teaching me on terrible theories. You know,
look at Shakes. I'm on cam now. I'm camming up now. What's up, Pete?
Appreciate that.
Hey, should I send the link to Pete? Think he'll come up?
What's going on? That's right. Skylar Thompson was kept here to sabotage Mike McDaniel.
Well, Shake, you heard it from Shake first. On that note, we got a couple minutes left. I'm good.
As a matter of fact, the reason Tua went to Seattle is so he could learn how to fake an injury if he's playing too terrible. That's what happened.
Oh, why Skylar was playing in Seattle, right?
Yeah. He's like, hey man, I'm playing terrible. What do I do? You go,
let him push you to the ground
or concussion.
Right. Let him. Right. Exactly. Let him finger push you to the ground.
Yeah.
Wow, Shake's on fire today. He's not too happy with the Dolphins, it seems.
So to the ground.
And by the way, I learned
That's
all
what
of this
I said,
by
Shake,
watching.
welcome to Canes Nation, Shake.
I'm learning all this because I've been watching Pete's film breakdown on Pete's Takes. I've been watching it. I've been writing down notes and stuff like that. So I appreciate Pete for teaching me how to
crap on the team.
Yeah, and come up with theories. Thank you.
Yeah.
Pete said the other day, I can't believe I'm the only one that's positive in the whole fan base.
It's only ironic.
The polls have shifted.
No, you know, I have. Hey, listen, I don't have no animosity towards Pete. It's all in fun and jest. At the end of the day.
Yeah, of course. But Cap did sneak in a poll when he first came in. Please let us know. Are you a Dolphins and Alabama fan, or are you just a Dolphin fan? We got 66 of you have voted so far. We need to get more votes in to make it accurate. So vote in the poll. Make sure you're hitting the like button. We got 34. We got 58 likes and 34 viewers. So we're on the plus end. but we've had much more than 58 viewers come through here. So hit the like button if you haven't already.
Yeah.
And I'm going to get into just a couple more things before we wrap it up. Try to get them poll results up. Around the league this Sunday, we got Dallas going into New York to face the Giants. That's Thursday night. That is tonight, 8:15 on Prime Video.
Yeah.
Then Sunday's slate's looking like we got New Orleans going into Atlanta, the Rams going into Chicago, Minnesota going into Green Bay to continue their stellar run so far. Green Bay looking to bag another win with their backup quarterback. Pittsburgh going into Indianapolis to lay down the law. Denver will be going into New York to face the Jets and Aaron Rodgers. Philadelphia will be down in the ugly, gross Tampa region for an early game. They were calling for rain around that time, but I think things might be cleared up by then, given how fast that storm is moving. Cincinnati will be at Carolina, which will probably be raining because of the same reason. Jacksonville going into Texas to face the Houston Texans. And, of course, Washington going out to the desert to face Arizona. New England also going out to the desert, but going a little further past it to go into San Francisco and face the 49ers, looking for better gold than can be found in Arizona. Cleveland decided they're just going to go to Vegas and gamble all their gold away and face the Raiders. Kansas City going to Los Angeles to face the Chargers and all of their charge cards. I've always wondered, is that why the Chargers are called the Chargers? Because it's in no, they were originally in Los Angeles. So yeah. Is it because of all the rich people in California with their charge cards? Is that what it is? Chargers? Like they're all charging their credit cards?
I guess they charging him because of the lightning charge. I don't know if it was
lightning,
a lot lightning around there. I don't know.
I still think the Chargers would be brilliant for a new team in St. Louis, considering St. Louis and Missouri has so much frequent lightning. I think it would be brilliant there. But rounding out the slate would be the Buffalo Bills in Sunday night's game going into Baltimore to face Lamar Jackson and the reeling Baltimore Ravens, who got one win, who beat the Cowboys last week, although they allowed 19 points in the fourth quarter and almost allowed the Cowboys to come back. Then, of course, you got Seattle going into the Dome in Detroit, trying to continue their success. And, of course, Tennessee coming into Hard Rock, coming into South Florida, coming into the hot weather for a Monday night game, 7:30 Eastern time on ESPN. Tickets are as low as, should I say it?
Like $4.
$21. We've seen them as low as 19 posted on Twitter. The current betting line is Miami -1. It's almost even. And the over-under on that game is 36.5. Get your overs in because we can score 36.5 on our own. So get your overs in just in case we get things right. You don't want to be stuck taking the under on that if we end up having a Denver game. And I'm not saying I think that'll happen. I'm just saying anything can happen if our running game and our rest of our offense gets clicking. It don't matter who's at quarterback. But if you think I'm wrong, remember after we put 35 points on the Broncos, how many more points we scored when our backups came in. So don't think we can't do it with a backup quarterback. That's why I believe in this team. That's why I try to tell you all the team just has to step up. Quarterback can't be that bad. Anyway, that's a discussion for maybe Saturday night where you can join us for the Hype channel, Ali, the Hype Show, Ali Club Exhale. I think he's doing it this week. And it should be a early and a long one because
we got a Monday game. There's no Sunday
we have a
game,
Monday
so.
game, so it should be a full jam-packed show.
Real quick,
Um,
Culler, speaking of
I was going to
terrible
say
takes,
you should have an insomnia wrapped up in there or
oh yeah,
shake somewhere, right?
we have one. If he's not done, we simulcast. So
Right
we'll
on, right on.
simulcast. But speaking of terrible
Yeah.
takes, I thank God I didn't listen to Pete and took the over on Skylar Thompson. I would have been broke.
Especially with us being an underdog and taking over. Huh? Yeah, I guess
Yeah, no
Carolina
doubt,
was the only
no
one that
doubt.
won taking over,
I
right?
would probably take the over on whatever yardage for running they're giving Tyler Huntley. If he does end up playing, like if they give him like over under 25, I would probably take the over on that. Pete, I'm broke now. You got to start up them scratcher shows again, Pete. You were doing well, man.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what happened. Pete was doing so well, he was giving out prizes every time he won.
Yeah.
Man said, if I win the next on this ticket, I'm gonna give one of you guys $100. He starts scratching it off. He wins like $500. He's like, the first person that says something in chat gets this $100. So I chimed in. He's like, Culler, you got it. Man sent me $100. I shit you not.
Oh shit.
I'm like, keep doing them scratcher shows, Pete. I'll live vicariously through this, man. I might even donate.
No, Pete. Scratch off. Pete's scratch off.
Can I sponsor you for a percentage, Pete?
By the way, here's a dad joke. What did the dog say when he ate the rope?
He said he ate the rope.
Yeah, after he ate a rope. I shit you not.
It's
Damn.
so obvious. Those really simple questions are always the funniest jokes. I shit you not. That's what the Indian named his dog after he ate the rope. Shit you not.
Damn.
So ESPN's matchup predictor from ESPN Analytics has the Titans winning this game 56.4% of the time to our 43.2. Will Levis, 64 for 94 and 579 yards, 4 touchdowns, 5 interceptions. The only quarterback they can show on this list is ours, who's on injured reserve. But Tua, in comparison, before he went down, was 40 for 62, 483 yards, 2 touchdowns, and 3 interceptions. Running the ball for the Titans these days is an old friend of the Dallas Cowboys, Tony Pollard, 39 carries for 158 yards and 1 touchdown. Devon Achane for us, 43 carries for 150 yards and a tutty. On the receiving side, they got Calvin Ridley doing most of the work, 8 receptions for 136 yards, 1 touchdown. And, of course, we got the Hill, the Reek, 13 receptions, 194, and 1 touchdown. Those are the position matchups. We don't know who our quarterback's going to be. Otherwise, I'd love to tell you who they're facing there. Short injury report. This is not the full one. Looking like they got cornerback Chidobe Awuzie is out. Jeffrey Simmons, questionable. Cedric Gray is on IR. TK McClendon on IR. And Chance Campbell on IR. Respectfully, the Dolphins have Skylar Thompson questionable. David Long Jr. is now questionable. Odell Beckham still on the pup. Tua on IR. And, of course, Malik Washington is questionable. We'll give you the full injury report as it gets closer to game time. And, of course, Miami has lost their last 2. Titans have lost their last 3. And are 0-3 on the season. Game time weather. Game is going to be at 7:30 at Hard Rock Stadium. Coverage on ESPN. Game time weather for Miami Gardens, Florida in the evening / night, 79 degrees. It will feel like 87, mostly clear, but humid. 2% probability of thunderstorms, 13% chance of rain, wind gust up to 12 miles an hour. Wind is out of the east at 5, 17% cloud cover. Sounds like a beautiful wet night in South Florida in the fall. So that'll be fun. That is the game matchup for this week. Dolphins hosting the Titans. Craig Sebring says, Culler, we will win 24-9. That's a good one. Hey, if our defense gets on fire, Tennessee ain't got no answer for us. 3 field goals. I like that. We just got to do what we got to do to put points on the board. That's all we have to do to win this type of game. Anybody can be at quarterback. Let's be real. Keep running the ball. Do whatever you got to do to move it down the field and score. That's all we have to do against the Tennessee Titans. You give our team a 14-point lead, and we're not losing. Although, unless it's last year. Hey, actually, Crypto, we were only ahead by 13, if I remember correctly, when the collapse happened. So you give our team our defense a 14-point lead and let them cook.
That's assuming that the offense played well.
Let them put Will Levis on the ground. Let them get shots on goal, like Anthony Weaver suggested.
The offense plays as bad as it does, then I don't even think that type of lead is safe.
Well, maybe not, but again, Crypto, we haven't scored a touchdown in 2 weeks, so any 14 points is like, yeah, our defense would probably freaking rock. Look, if we're losing 16-14,
defense,
I can understand that.
Wilt.
I can't handle losing 16-3. Look at the Jets fan. Dakota J, the Jets motivator, says Titans 6, Miami 3. Oh, look at Michael K. Titans by 10. He only gives the Titans 10.
I think the Titans most they scored this year was 17. I think was their high. I think. Was it 17?
I mean, if they're going to win by 10, Michael K., it's obviously that's going to be
Michael K., you saying we only scored 7 points?
Or 10-0. You know, they shut us out 10-0.
Damn.
Tim Washington coming in with the stat. Will Levis has been sacked 15 times in 3 games.
17-7.
I mean, if we can't put Will Levis on his ass, you know, being sacked 15 times in 3 games, then I appreciate that, Dakota. Most of the Jets fans do, because except for Jets gang, he's a little trolly, but you know, trollish. Yeah. But he's all right.
Yeah, he's cool with me. I like Jets gang.
Yeah, I'm just picking on Jets gang. They ain't near as bad as the Buffalo fan. And we got a Patriot fan.
Oh God,
delusional Patriot fan. He's always respectful.
Freaking cuts out on me.
Hey, we got the best Bills fan and Red Wine Bills. Don't forget Sean from Red Wine Bills.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Stand-up guy.
The only respectable Bills fan we got in
He's a fan of
Michael K. just cut himself again.
Jets game.
I'm kidding, Michael K. Don't give yourself a chicken. You guys remember that? Remember giving yourself a chicken? You remember what that was?
No.
Mm-hmm.
when the kids used to like back in school in the elementary days, the kids used to like scar themselves by rubbing their skin off with their pencil eraser. It was called a chicken.
Yeah.
Don't ask me why they, but it was like the latest fad. I often wonder if those kids have those scars for the rest of their lives, like if they're still looking down at their forearm and it's got a line on it. You know.
Never.
Yeah, Fred, that's what they used to do, man. I'm telling you. Ask anybody from my generation in elementary school. They just erased their skin off. They called it a chicken. It got bad enough that the schools like had to like warn parents about it and shit.
Speaking of throwbacks, remember in elementary when we used to play pencil fighting for fun?
Yeah.
I'm like, Mom, I need
We used to
new
do the
pencils.
rubber
I'm like,
band.
what happened to all your pencils? Oh, I lost in pencil fighting.
Oh yeah, pencil fighting. Oh yeah.
No, we used to shoot them like a little slingshot. Put the little small pencils and rubber band and use them like freaking arrows.
Michael K, I didn't say anything in particular. I just left you out. I said Sean is the only respectable Bills fan we have in our audience. And then I said, I'm just kidding, Michael K. Don't give yourself a chicken. Michael K probably knows what a chicken is. I'm sure they probably were doing that shit in Buffalo. Probably where it came from. Some tourists moved down here, brought their kids from Buffalo, put them in our school system, and next thing you know, everybody's erasing their skin off. See, we had the fads from all around the nation because people would move here and bring their kids, and their kids would bring things the kids were doing from all over the country. So we did it all in Florida. Whatever thing y'all did in school, we did it all.
Well, I guess Eastern half of New York can say that about the rest of the world.
We call them
everybody coming in through Ellis Island.
Well, real quick, we call them sodas and we call them pops, and we call them Cokes. We call them whatever is the first thing we think of. You know what I mean? We say caramel and caramel. Take your whatever you want me to say.
So New York is like the melting pot. So they had all the trends throughout the world, and then they spread once they move.
What? So I'm curious, Michael K. What was the undeserved comment? I have to know. I'm curious now. And by the way, if anybody has figured out
undeserved
what Aaron Rodgers said to Saleh the other night, I have to know. I'm almost willing to pay a 20 spot to find out what Aaron Rodgers said to Saleh the other night when he snubbed his hug. I know what the company line is. I know what they said he said. I don't buy it.
Well, congratulations.
Yeah, congratulations, Jets. I don't buy it.
Yes.
He didn't say 2 scores first. They were trying to say 2 scores before I let you hug me. Well, what kind of dumb excuse is that? That's not what he said. I think he said COVID, remember? I think that's what he said. He was being a snot. He's like, don't hug me. COVID, remember? Yeah. If you put those words in his mouth and then try to read his lips, I bet you they match it too. We're probably going to get we're probably going to get a community note. We're probably going to get a community note down in the description for even using the word COVID. So in case y'all wonder why the community note gets added. YouTube. Anyway, so yeah, I think that's what he said. I think it was something to do with
Jets game.
No, we're not supposed to hug, remember? I didn't get the vax. So no, we're not supposed to hug, remember? I think it had something to do like that. Some snippy comment like, remember, I'm not vaxxed or something, you know what I mean? Or whatever. That's my guess. Because it didn't look like it was anything jeopardizing their friendship. You know.
I don't even think they have one though. You know what I mean?
Look at Dakota.
Right.
You can literally read. I'm good at lip reading to go to, and I can't figure it out, man. I've looked at it 1,000 times over and over again. And I'm pretty. I fashion myself as pretty good at lip reading.
We'll see if he hugs him at the beginning of pregame warmups, and see whether or not that solves it.
I've been pretty known. I've been
We'll
known
have
to
to see
be
if
pretty
he's
good at
consistent.
writing on lips, too. Just kidding.
And you get the. He'll come out on the sideline. They'll be able to share a moment with each other.
Joe says he probably said, "Don't kill my high."
Oh, he's getting high on the sideline. Damn.
No,
ayahuasca.
On the weekends, taking them trips to wherever they do that shit.
My ayahuasca hasn't worn off yet.
He's like, "Yo, man, not yet, bro. I'm seeing 5 footballs, bro." It's solid. Just pick the one in the middle. Look at McDaniel. What a buffoon. As Bugs Bunny used to say, what a maroon. What a nin cow poop.
Maroon.
He was talking to a bull. He's like, what a maroon. What a nin cow poop.
Oh, yeah.
You know, remember the one where he was fighting the bull?
Shit. How about the one when the monster was chasing him? I always meet such interesting people.
Oh, yeah. That's one of the best. My stars. I was saying to my girlfriend just the other day, I said, my stars. It's so nice to meet an interesting people. Now we dip our patties in the water.
Kill the wabbit. Kill the wabbit. Kill the wabbit.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Kill
That's
the
right.
wabbit.
The opera. Yeah. Kill the wabbit.
Kill the wabbit. Oh, man.
You ever see the Family Guy spoof? Okay, first of all, you ever see the one where Bugs Bunny fakes like he got shot by Elmer Fudd, and he starts
and
doing
the opera one? The opera one?
No, it wasn't the opera. So when we fake, it was an older than that one. It was one of the older ones, right?
Okay.
And he ends up like Bugs acts like he hit him, right? So Bugs is doing the death scene, the dramatic death scene, and Elmer Fudd's all feeling bad, and he's holding him. You know what I mean? And he's like, "Remember when we first met? You came rolling it along with your little pop gun." So Family Guy did a spoof, a parody on that particular scene, right?
Yeah, he broke his neck and dragged.
He walked up to him and cleaned him and finished him off, bro, and walked away. Wow, I can't believe they did that. We've been waiting our entire lives to see Elmer Fudd finally get Bugs like that, bro. And Family Guy just
he
gave
shot
it
him.
to
Oh,
him.
you shot me! You shot me! He broke his neck and he just
Yep.
drug him.
He dragged him off. That was also I think that was also Family Guy taking a shot at society. Like, what are we teaching our kids? A hunter and a rabbit. This is the reality of it. He's gonna break his neck and drag him off.
You
Good
shot
stuff,
me,
good
Doc.
stuff. So I think that's gonna wrap us up. We're gonna nail right at 4 hours. That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
That works for me. Tonk going tonight, Shake, from what I understand.
Yeah, Tonk. Yeah. I'll be there.
All right, we get the TMI talk Thursdays, TMI Thursdays with Tonk 7. We'll be on tonight. He'll be talking about God knows what. That's what his show's about. You'll probably get a lot of college talk, a little, inside out talk from all sports. And of course, you will also get his latest whatever that will help you save the environment. So he often features a product of some kind that will help you change the way you do things that will benefit the environment without having to be a tree hugging nut. Simple stuff that we can do. That's not like you don't have to be you don't have to be out there, destroying harpoon ships and all that to save the environment. All you got to do is some simple things, certain products you can use, and he likes to feature those products on his show here and there. And all around great talk, and most of us will usually join him. A smattering of TFTG guys will usually show up and help him out. Capitan will probably come in and try to sabotage his show like he always does. And yeah, that's always fun. Taking Tonk off the rails is always a fun time. So make sure you're hitting the like button, subscribing to the channel, donate if you want to. You can hit us with super thanks after the show too if you like. But if not, just hit the free like button. You can do that too. That is free. Subscribe to the channel, hit the notification bell for whatever it does anymore. And of course, we will catch you tonight, Tonk TMI, and we will all catch you around the different shows.
By the way, on Larry K's channel, in about 30 minutes, I will be doing the happy hour. So.
Oh, it's happy hour. I was just about to ask if you had anything kicking tonight on either network. So
yeah, happy hour.
There you go. Get over to Larry K. Fanatic Fury.
Happy anniversary! Happy anniversary!
Happy anniversary! Happy anniversary! Larry's a great guy. And he's been Shake's been holding down the fort for him on a lot of the stuff, a lot of his content. Happy hour is always a good time. I caught Luch back.
Yeah,
I caught that. Was that last night's show or the night before? I think I watched it yesterday.
Yeah. He's been back since week 1, so he comes around for the regular season. So
yeah, he's a good dude.
he is.
So make sure you're getting over to Larry's channel too. That is Fanatics Fury, or is it singular? Fanatic or Fanatics?
Fanatic Fury, yeah. Fanatic
Fury. Easy to find, easy to subscribe to. Great dude. He's the guy that looks like a lawyer. Because
Better
he's a
call
lawyer.
Saul.
Because he's a lawyer. I think. I don't know. I heard he was a lawyer. I don't know.
Yeah, he is.
Yeah, he is.
But he's a good lawyer. He's not one of those regular lawyers.
No doubt.
I'm digging myself a hole, man. I better get out of here.
And real quick, what's the difference between what does lawyers and sperm have in common?
The count?
No,
they got a real high count or something?
1 out of a million will have a chance to be a human being.
Right. Wow.
I love it.
Yeah.
On that note, everybody, I would stay out of Culler's sailboat for this weekend. Although everything looks clear right now. Looks like we're already clearing up, but maybe we'll get another round. I don't know. But hit the like button, hit it again, and hit it again.
One more time.
Fins up, everybody. Good evening. And thank you for watching as always.
Adios.
That's outro I got. You guys ain't even here anymore.